Chapter 278. Cripples are not bandits in the usual sense. When Danny asked what cripples meant, Monk Marabad had a complicated look on his face, as if he was deep in his memories. After a while, he sighed. They were once simple commoners who never left their huts, not even 3 kilometers away, until one day, the suzerain summoned them. They bid farewell to their wives and children, wore tattered shoes and tattered clothes, and set off under the suzerain's beautiful flag. They carried sickles, sharpened hoes, and perhaps a hatchet. Or worse, they could only use leather ropes to tie rocks to sticks to make simple hammers. Brothers, father and son, and friends embarked on the journey together. Although they lived in the countryside, they had all heard the songs and stories of legendary heroes. When they set off, they were all eager, dreaming of witnessing wonders, winning wealth and glory, and even fantasizing that they would one day become the main character in the story. Unfortunately, war was a noble game that seemed noble, but was actually cruel to the extreme. Most people woke up from their dreams on the first day they set foot on the battlefield. Their dreams shattered, and they did not even have a chance to wake up. Those who were lucky enough to survive had mental breakdowns, but most of them persevered numbly. Day after day, year after year, they had participated in countless battles. A brother watched his brother die, a father lost his son, a friend's stomach was split open by an axe, and he still tried to stuff his own intestines. In such a scene, even those who survived the 100th battle might break down in the 101st battle. They saw the suzerain who led them on the battlefield being cut down, and another suzerain loudly announcing that they now belonged to him. Their injuries were only half healed, and then they were inflicted with new injuries. They never had enough to eat, and their shoes gradually fell apart during the endless march. Their clothes were tattered into rags, and many of them fell sick from drinking dirty water, shitting, and peeing in their pants. They wanted new boots, warmer cloaks, and it would be safer if they had rusty iron half-helmets. The suzerain would not provide these things, so they went to loot the corpses. Not long after, they became accustomed to stealing from the living. In a land where the war was going on, there were commoners just like them in the past. They stole from these people, stealing chickens and dogs, slaughtering cows and sheep, and snatching the daughters of the commoners. Even if they were discovered, they were not afraid. They were soldiers, and in their hands, they even held the notice of the Lord's grain requisition, while the other party was just an ordinary person. One day, they looked around and woke up from their daze. All their friends and relatives had passed away. They were surrounded by strangers, and the flags on their heads were unrecognizable. They were so terrified that they did not know where they were or how to return home. They even forgot their home, thinking that it was another person's memory. They fought for their Lord, who did not know their names, and would only shout in a commanding voice to them to form up, and to take up spears and scythes and sharpen hoes, and to stand their ground. Then the knights attacked. Those knights were fully armored, and their faces couldn't be seen. When they charged, the sound of metal clanging filled the entire world. Finally, they broke down and decided to escape. After the battle, they would crawl away from the corpses and sneak out of the camp in the dark night to find a place to hide. They deserted the army and became disabled. By that time, all the traditional values and glory had disappeared. Kings, lords, and gods were not even as good as a piece of rotten meat, which could at least let them live for one more day, or as good as a bag of bad wine, which could temporarily drown their fear. The life of a deserter is like that of a wild beast, not a human being. Silence filled the cabin. Only the sound of the river flowing outside the ship could be heard. Finally, the old monk took a few breaths and said sadly, "At this time, there are many disabled people in the area of the 3 rivers. We should be vigilant against them. We can also execute them after they commit crimes, but it's best to understand and sympathize with them first." Disabled people do deserve sympathy. Danny's expression was complicated. The peasants in the Westeros seemed to have it worse than the slaves. The reform must be very strong. I have to think about it. Bang! The pockmarked young man knocked her on the head again. Before Danny could summon a megalosaurus to spray his face, he choked and said, "What's there to sympathize with? 3 northerners entered my family's manor. My father thought they were allies, so he took out bread to entertain them. But after eating and drinking their fill, their beastly nature flared up. They hacked my father and big brother to death, and raped and killed my 10-year-old little sister. Is that something a human would do? All disabled people deserve to be killed. Forget it, Blackie. You don't have to come down. The ferry made many turns in the river and finally swayed into a dense reed bush. The Brotherhood took out a leather hood and covered Danny and the others' eyes. Then, they took them to the shore. A few horses were waiting there. They were helped to get on the horses and wandered in the wet and cold forest for more than an hour. In the end, the headgear was removed and they arrived in front of a low cave. There was a forest all around them. The leaves had fallen, and it was completely bare. Only a withered finger-like tree trunk could be seen. The air in the cave was cold and gloomy. There was the smell of mud, insects, and mold. Above their heads were rocks, and roots emerged from the cracks. Below their feet were gravel and yellow mud. It seemed that there were caves, cracks, and gaps everywhere. The roads extended in all directions like a dense spiderweb. The Brotherhood held a torch and led the way. Along the way, they met many guards who were guarding the entrance. Why do we come to a place like this? The cave is narrow. It's not safer than the wilderness, Professor Paristan complained. His buttocks and thighs were injured. It was difficult for him to move. He was carried on Barristan's back. Danny understood his reminder. But even though the old professor had seen the process of her true dragon roar, killing wolves, he did not fully understand her trump card. The Megalosaurus could not enter the cave, but in a narrow space, her true dragon roar was more powerful. With Barristan in Valeglia's steel armor as a meat shield, Danny was confident that she would be safe. Well, if the worst happened, she might not have time to care about the old professor. His worries were reasonable in some ways. After passing through a short tunnel, they entered a huge cave. It was a wide space of 400 to 500 square meters. It was filled with bandits. Cough, cough, cough. Before entering the cave, Danny choked on the green smoke that floated over and coughed. The bandits had dug a big fire pit in the middle of the muddy ground. Many people crowded around the fire to keep warm and resist the cold air in the cave. But in such an enclosed environment, the smoke did not float out. The air quality was too poor. The arrival of Danny and the others woke up the people who were sleeping on the straw mats. There were men, women, and even a few children. They hid in their mother's arms and poked their heads out to look around. All of them looked pitiful and sallow. They did not go down to disturb the refugees. They followed the wall and came to a rock crack on the opposite side. In a long and narrow space of 30 square meters, there was a wooden table. A woman in gray sat behind it. She was wearing a cloak and a hood. It was too dark to see her face clearly, but the eyes under the hood shone with a cold light. They seemed to be more terrifying than Danny's when she was in the state of dragon soul fusion. It was late at night. She did not rest. She was playing with a bronze crown with a circle of black iron swords around it. She looked at it and touched the blades with her fingers as if to test how sharp they were. "Madam, I brought them here." Lemon, who was wearing a dog's head iron helmet, shouted. The big man guarding the door glanced at Danny and the others. He pointed at Brittany and said, "Judge the bitch who killed the king first." "What? What did you call me?" Brittany was stunned. "You are a lion." A young man with a northern accent came over with Brittany's Oathkeeper sword and placed it on the table in front of Madame Stoneheart. There was a golden lion head at the back of the sword hilt. The ruby eyes shone like 2 red stars. And this, a gray-haired old man put a piece of parchment beside the sword. There is the seal of the little king on it. It says that the bearer is working for him. Danny paid special attention to him. He was wearing a tattered old robe, pale red and white. His gray hair was long and messy. The skin on his cheeks and chin was loose. His face was covered with coarse stubble. He was not handsome. However, there were 2 clusters of raging flames in the old man's eyes like volcanic eruptions, which were only slightly inferior to her 9-color vortex. He was actually the most powerful wizard she had ever seen, and also the most powerful red god priest. Well, except for Benello. She did not know much about the supreme priest. This man should be Murtheros. Madame Stoneheart put the sword aside and began to read the letter. Brittany also began to argue. I'm not a lion. I serve Lady Caitlin Stark. The sword was given to me by Sir Jaime. He swore, Hound of the Third. Lemon interrupted her. Who in Westeros doesn't know about the Kingslayer and his oath? He promised Lady Caitlin to return her daughters. But when he arrived at King's Landing, they were gone. Then, Jaime sent me out to find Lady Sansa. If you find the girl, the Northerner asked with a mocking smile. What will you do with her? Protect her. Take her to a safe place, Brittany said with certainty. The big man laughed. Where would that be? Cersei's dungeon? Even we know that Cersei has a bounty on the girl. 100 gold royals. No, I'll take her to River Run, to the Vale of Arryn, even back to the north. I swear to keep her safe, Brittany said hurriedly. Liar, the big man shouted. You have Lannister's sword, a letter from the little king, and 2 lions by your side. How stupid would we be to believe your nonsense? Bring them here, the big man said, pointing at Hayhunt and Bodrick. This boy is the imp's squire, he sneered, pointing at Bodrick and then at the scar-faced knight. He's Blue the Bloody Knight. He's on the lion's side. His hands are stained with blood. That bastard Tolly has already hanged 20 of her brothers. Do you admit to your crimes? Yes, I'm Lord Tyrion's squire, Bodrick said in a panic. But I have no enmity with the Brotherhood without a banner. Being a lion is a sin. Hayhunt sighed, looking defeated. These bandits don't abide by the sacred oath at all. Freyr was hanged even after paying the ransom. My family is poor to begin with. I can't afford to waste money. The big man announced, 2 hangings. Then he walked up to Meribad and frowned in disgust. Why did you bring this old bastard here again? Don't you think it's troublesome? Let him go. Let him leave with his donkey and dog. You? The big man looked at Dany for a while. Your face is oily. Your cheeks are fat, what? Dany was furious. You said I'm fat. Chapter 279. The big man was shocked by Dany's sudden outburst and took 2 steps back. When he came to his senses, he was abnormally ashamed of his momentary cowardice. He pointed at Dany and scolded. Look at you. Your face is red from eating. Your cheeks are fatter than ours. You must be a heartless scoundrel. Are you blind? My cheeks are fat. Dany placed her right hand on her left waist, but felt nothing. She turned her head to look at the old professor who was leaning against the wall. He was hugging 2 long swords. Am I fat? She asked the old man. The red-nosed old man looked around and pointed at the refugees nearby. He nodded and said, Compared to them, your little baby fat is indeed too eye-catching. Okay, I'm fat. Dany's face darkened as she questioned the big man. I don't believe it. During the harvest season in summer, do you also look like skeletons? Were you also heartless at that time? You're poor, but you blame others for having enough to eat. What's the meaning of this? The big man was stunned. He recalled the carefree days of drinking and eating in Winterfell and could not refute her words. Let me ask you, have you ever killed anyone? He asked again. Of course I have. I killed a few blood tricksters at the Black Inn at the crossroads. Do you appreciate each other and want to avenge them? The big man scratched the back of his head. He was a little muddle-headed. Why are you talking so much to her? The young man from the north walked over and asked, Do you have gold royals? Yes. Then it's fine. You have gold royals, and we lack gold royals to save lives. This is a sin. Hand over the money and hang yourself. The young man announced. She's a good person. Friar Meribad could not help but defend Dany. Miss Knight was the first to rush out to fight the blood tricksters to protect the children in the inn. She also intends to buy food to help the poor in Hajin. If you want more people to live, it's best to let her go. Really? The big man looked at the long-legged Jenny. I think she did say that, but I'm not sure if she can keep her promise. Jenny said hesitantly. The big man thought for a moment and sighed. Then you stand aside first. Wait for Madam to finish judging that lion. Then we'll see how she deals with you. Madam Stoneheart moved her gaze away from the parchment. Her right hand reached under her chin and grabbed her neck, as if she wanted to strangle herself. Her voice was intermittent and hoarse as she gasped for breath. It sounded very much like the sound of someone dying. It made one's blood run cold. What did she say? Danny asked. She asked the lion the name of the sword, said the young man from the Northern Territory. Oathkeeper, Brittany replied. Madame Stoneheart's eyes burned like two charcoal fires in the shadows. She appeared extremely angry, and her throat once again emitted a sound like a blade scraping against glass. Jenny said, Madame said that it should be called Sword of Broken Oath, or False Friend. It is used for betrayal and murder, just like you. Who did I lie to? Have you forgotten that you once swore to serve her? The Northerner pointed at Madame Stoneheart. Even though she had already guessed it, Danny couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? You actually resurrected her. Brittany exclaimed almost at the same time, Impossible, Madame Stark is already dead. Yes, death is the right of a guest, Jenny murmured bitterly. From then on, their meaning was different from before. Madame Stoneheart glanced at Danny with her glowing red eyes. She reached out her chicken claw-like hands to lower her hood and untied the gray wool scarf on her face, revealing her bone-white, dry hair and mottled gray-green forehead, mixed with brown, rotting spots. Strips of minced flesh were attached to her face from her eyes to her chin. Some of the gaps were covered with dried blood clots, and some even revealed the white skull underneath. Madame Caitlin, Brittany and Barristan exclaimed. 7 gods above. Dr. Barristan looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was pale. You are dead. You died at the Red Wedding. Soros said, That's right. Fry slit her throat from one ear to the other. When we found her by the river, she had already been dead for 3 days. Harwin asked me to give her the kiss of life, but it had been too long, and her body had already rotted and deformed, so I refused. Perhaps Count Bailey had been resurrected too many times, and every time he was resurrected, a part of his soul would be lost, and his memories of the past would decrease. There were even more serious side effects. He was once young, handsome, and strong, but in the end, he was emaciated, his hair was white, and his body was covered in wounds. I could feel that he was living in torment every moment. So, he replaced me and placed his lips on hers, passing the flame of his life to her. Then, the King of Light blessed her, and Madame was resurrected. This shouldn't be true. The old professor's worldview had collapsed. This world was so unreal. Was there any point in us thinking about exterminating the Megalosaurus? The belief that had supported him all his life suddenly collapsed, and the old professor despaired. Madam, I didn't betray you, Brittany cried. Harwin translated Madame Stoneheart's words. Words are like the wind. Prove yourself with actions. How do you prove it? Kill Jaime Lannister and use this sword, the Sword of Oath. Brittany was stunned and stammered as she defended Jaime. Madam, it's not what you think. Jaime, when we were captured by the Blood Answers, he saved me from being raped. Then he came back for me and jumped into the bear pit with his bare hands. I swear to you, he's not an oathbreaker. He sent me to find Sansa to protect her safety. He couldn't have been involved in the Red Wedding. Danny could see that this silly girl had fallen in love with Jaime. Every word she said for the Kingslayer was from her own feelings. He saved me, protected my chastity. He saved me twice from the giant bear with his bare hands. So he's a good person, and a good person wouldn't go back on his words. Madame Stoneheart's fingers dug deep in her neck, and with a voice that made one's scalp tingle, she spoke intermittently. You have to choose. Either use the sword to kill the Kingslayer, or be hanged as a traitor, the Northerner translated. Brittany shook her head firmly. Neither. Madame Stoneheart was silent for a long time, and then spat out a word, hanged. Everyone understood this time. Wait. Danny stepped forward before the bandits dragged Brittany away, and looked at the monstrous Caitlin. It's obvious that you're pushing your responsibility onto someone else. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Madame Stoneheart hissed like a venomous snake. The Northerner immediately rebuked her. You have no right to speak here. We'll judge you after we hang these 3 lions. Madam, you're not even afraid of death. Are you afraid of hearing the truth? Don't you want to know how your family ended up in such a pathetic state? Danny crossed her arms in front of her chest and said calmly, Stark's family style is the best among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. There's no mother who cares more about her children than you, and no father who loves his family more than Ed Stark, and no father who is more righteous. Your children are also very smart, but how did they end up in such a state?" Caitlyn's charcoal eyes dimmed, and she pushed away the northerner who came to pull Dany, and spat out a word. "You say it. Because you trusted the wrong person." Dany sighed and pointed at Brittany. "Take her for example. Anyone with a normal brain and a little experience can see at a glance that Miss Brittany is sincere, kind, loyal, and brave. It's a perfect match to have such a person as a guard, and any king can sleep peacefully with a guardian knight like her." "Miss, you flatter me." Brittany blushed and twisted. "I'm not that good." "Yes, you're not that good, your brain is not good, and you're naive to the point of stupidity. That's your weakness." Dany rolled her eyes and continued to speak to Madame Stoneheart. "Madame Caitlyn, do you know how she found her daughter Sansa? She asked everyone she met on the way, 'Have you seen a 13-year-old, red-haired virgin, very beautiful?' So, do you understand? You shouldn't have sent such a simple-minded person to deal with Lannister. Not to mention the Kingslayer. What kind of ruthless characters are the imps and Duke Tywin? For the purest person in the Seven Kingdoms to accept the task of negotiating with the most treacherous person in the Seven Kingdoms, there's nothing more ridiculous than this." "That makes sense," the big Harwin muttered. Jenny, Soros, and the young northerner nodded in agreement. They didn't think there was a problem before, but after this female knight said it, they suddenly felt uncomfortable in their hearts. How stupid is our boss to make such a choice? Madame Stoneheart's expression changed a few times, and finally said unwillingly, "The Kingslayer, swear to me." Dany facepalmed. "The heavens have pity on you. You already called him the Kingslayer, a white knight who killed the king. You expect him to keep his oath? You know, when he put on the white robe, he swore a sacred oath. It's 100,000 times more valuable than your oath with a sword on your neck." Brittany couldn't help but say, "Sir Jaime didn't break his oath. He arranged for me to idiot. Don't make a fool of yourself here." Dany scolded her unceremoniously. She asked the brawny woman in return, "Were you arrested by Roose Bolton?" "Yes, Jaime saved me." And Dany waved her hand and asked again, "Did Loth Bolton betray Robb Stark and collude with Tywin and Wald Fry?" "Yes." Brittany was honest and didn't say any more nonsense. "Did Loth Bolton's men cut off the Kingslayer's hand?" "It's the Blood Dancer. The Blood Dancer who betrayed Duke Tywin and turned to Bolton. In the end, Loth Bolton arranged for his men to escort you and the Kingslayer to King's Landing. I thought Loth Bolton listened to me about the negotiations and obeyed Lady Caitlyn's orders," Brittany argued. "Yes, with your intelligence. It's normal to be fooled so easily. But now? Now you already know about the Red Wedding. You know that Loth Bolton has already betrayed Stark. And now you still think that there's nothing unusual about what happened in Hellenberg?" Brittany's expression changed dramatically and said with a trembling voice, "You mean Sir Jaime knows? Whether he knows about the Blood Wedding, I'm not sure. But at that time, Jaime must have negotiated the price with Bolton to betray Stark in front of you. From that moment on, Bolton will participate in the Blood Wedding without any scruples, and the tragedy of the Northerners is doomed." Dany looked at Madame Stoneheart and said, "You shouldn't have let the Kingslayer go in the first place. After knowing that his heir is safe, Tywin lost his only concern about the Blood Wedding. With his intelligence, he must have guessed that Jaime had an agreement with you. But even if he fulfilled his son's vow, it would have been meaningless to you, because the direwolf would have been finished by then. If you let Sansa go, where could she go? The Northern Territory already belongs to Bolton, and Fry of River Delta City won't let the remnants of the House of Stark go. If I were Tywin, I would definitely fulfill my son's reputation as a man of his word. I would even make this matter known to everyone and release Sansa in public. I would let everyone in the Seven Kingdoms know that Lannister's words were as good as gold. Then I would use Bolton and Frey's hands to get rid of the problem. Sansa can never decide the direction of the situation, but Jaime and Robb can. But you chose your own daughter." "You," Dr. Perestan pointed at Dany and said in horror, "You're ruthless. even more vicious than Tywin. The bandits couldn't help but take a step back, looking at Dany in horror, as if she had really become Tywin, and then carried out the above vicious plan. Chapter 280. 7 Levels of Hell. Seeing Madame Stoneheart glaring at her, Dany stomped her feet and said, "Can't you be more reasonable? I'm just analyzing how I failed for you. I didn't do anything bad. I still don't understand. Since Bolton has already joined forces with Tywin, why did he cut off the Kingslayer's right hand? That's his sword hand. Without his right hand, Jaime is almost a cripple." Barristan was puzzled. The one who cut off the hand was the Blood Troop? Dany looked at Brittany. Yes, Wager Hort, the leader of the warrior group. The warrior group was originally hired by Tywin from the other side of the Narrow Sea. Later, when they saw that the Northern Army was strong, they betrayed Lannister and joined Roose Bolton. This kind of behavior is normal in the Free Cities, but it greatly offended Tywin. Dany rubbed her chin and smiled bitterly. It seems that even the Blood Troop has guessed that Bolton is secretly siding with Tywin. The reason why Var cut off the Kingslayer's hand is most likely to cut off Bolton's path of siding with Tywin. Madame Stoneheart scratched her face crazily, blood staining her scarred cheeks. Looking at her painful and regretful look, Dany sighed and comforted her. "Madam, you don't have to regret. You love your daughter, and it's a maternal instinct. And a mother's love for her child should not be considered a sin under any circumstances." Although she also thought that Catelyn was too stupid, what was the use of regretting and blaming herself now that things had come to this? She was not the only one who was stupid. Robb, the self-proclaimed king of the North, was even more wrong. When he returned to Riverrun City and found that his mother had wasted his only bargaining chip, Robb actually heaved a sigh of relief and comforted his mother. "I can understand you. It's all because of love. We both made mistakes. I also broke the sacred oath and married Jenny because of love." Then, the mother and son looked at each other happily. "You have forgiven me, and I have forgiven you." These two things were easily forgotten. The faces of the dukes of the northern region and Hajian County were twisted. They were furious, and, at the same time, they were completely hopeless about the future. In his despair, Stark killed 2 members of Lannister's side family. In the end, Robb and his mother announced righteously that he had made a mistake, and that he should be punished for his mistakes. What the fuck? Apart from Bryn, a blacksmith who was given the job of a carpenter, you have misplaced your trust. "Who is it?" Catelyn asked hoarsely. "Your biological sister, Mrs. Lisa," Barristan exclaimed. "She didn't betray Stark, did she?" The others were also confused, but Catelyn seemed to know something that Dany didn't. Her face was gloomy, but she wasn't too shocked. She did nothing in the Battle of the Four Kings, and that was her biggest mistake. Perez Dan shook his head and sighed. "You're not in the Westeros, so you're not familiar with the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Mrs. Lisa is delicate and sensitive, and she spoils her only son, Robert. She probably didn't participate in the battle because she was worried about hurting her son." There were also scholars in the Eagle Nest. The City of Knowledge had inquired about the reason why the Aran Valley was so slow to react. Dany had a strange expression. She looked around at everyone. Were they all affected by a halo that lowered their intelligence? Her biological sister's family was destroyed, and her biological brother's family was destroyed, but she was unscathed. Is this normal? Okay, even if she loves her son more than anything. But even a fool knows that if the 3 dukes of Tully, Stark, and Aron work together, they're almost the strongest force in the Westeros. Because Dorne won't work with Lannister, and neither will Bella and Theon. Godding and Dorne have a feud. Simply put, the other 4 kingdoms have many conflicts, and it's almost impossible for them to form an alliance. What's more frightening is that on the young Wolf Master's side, the 3 territories are connected, and they are controlled by the siblings. There won't be a conflict of interest like the one between the young Wolf Master and Fry. Mrs. Lisa, Ide, and Duke Mu don't seem to have ambitions for the Iron Throne, and the matter between Stannis and Renly won't happen again. As long as the 3 sides have the intention to cooperate, they will be close and united. Even if Robb lost everything in Hudgien, there's Neck in the north and the Bloodgate in the east. The most easily defended and difficult to attack natural strongholds in the Westeros are in your hands. How can you lose? According to the young Wolf Master's talent on the battlefield, not to mention finding Lannister to avenge his father, he is even the strongest contender for the Iron Throne. In fact, the young Wolf Master has never lost on the battlefield. Lisa is really worried about her son's safety. She can wait and see for a while. After witnessing the great victory in the Forest of Ravens, she should be relieved. Send at least a few thousand cavalrymen to the Bloodgate and station them in Heron Castle. Bolton won't dare to rebel even if he has 10 guts. Even if Mrs. Lisa is extremely timid and terrified of Duke Tywin, she can also arrange for soldiers to take a boat to the north. White Harbor is just beside the Arryn Valley. Help your nephew take back Winterfell and guard your home. There shouldn't be any danger now, right? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If you really want to help, you can always find an opportunity to do so. If you don't want to help, you can find 10,000 reasons to refuse. Dany poked her chest. That's the key. It's obvious that the madam's sister doesn't care about you at all. Why, Lisa, why? Mrs. Stoneheart pinched her throat and said with a gasping voice, Lisa wrote me a letter telling me that Jon Arryn was poisoned to death by Lannister. She wanted us to help her. That's why I went to the King's Landing to investigate. Why? She's my sister. Did you know that Mrs. Lisa loved Littlefinger very much? Dany glanced at the old professor. She wasn't telling him the truth. In fact, the documents in the City of Knowledge Library contain detailed records of letters from the noble scholars of the Seven Kingdoms. The point was that Lisa didn't hide her relationship with Littlefinger at all. The two of them had officially registered their marriage. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knew that Littlefinger lived in the master's bedroom in the Eagle Nest. The old professor thought for a moment and said, Indeed, Mrs. Lisa was very infatuated with Littlefinger. She couldn't even wait for him to go to the Eagle Nest to marry her. She hurriedly led the monks to travel thousands of miles, crossing mountains and valleys to the desolate Five Fingers Peninsula to marry him. I have a question. Why didn't any of you think of Littlefinger as a big player in the game of power? Dany asked curiously. Barristan thought for a moment and said, Because he's small and skinny. He's not a knight and doesn't know much about military affairs. Because his family background is weaker than his military strength. They can't even afford to raise a clan soldier. You haven't been to the Five Fingers Peninsula? There are only rocks, cliffs, and sheep dung there. The castle of the Baelish family is a 3-story tower built by the sea. The master lives on the top floor. The second floor is the living room and servants' bedrooms, and the first floor is a sheep pen. It is said that when Mrs. Lisa and Littlefinger consummated their marriage, the guests on the second floor could hear her high-pitched screams and the bleating of the sheep downstairs at the same time. They were so embarrassed that they had nowhere to go. The tower was so small that the guests didn't even have a bedroom. Yep, Lisa's cries were also unique and impassioned in Game of Power. Some of the male guests couldn't hold it in anymore after hearing her screams. They even pressed Sansa against the wall and wanted to hold her hand. Barristan gave Dany a mocking smile that said, You're so ignorant. Not everyone has the right to participate in the Game of Power. You should know this better than anyone. The real situation of Littlefinger's family was even worse than what the old professor said. There were only 3 servants, an old butler, an old nanny, and a guard captain. Well, the guard captain could only take care of himself. He was the only guard captain, and he also had to work as a shepherd. When Littlefinger and Lisa got married, there were only 23 sheep in the house. In order to feed the feudal lord, the old butler and the old nanny had to go to the river to collect seaweed, shells, and bird eggs. Every time Littlefinger came home, the old butler would ask him worriedly how long he would stay. He was worried that Littlefinger would stay too long and finish all the food. He couldn't even get enough food for his status. How pitiful! It could be said that Littlefinger was the poorest and most shabby feudal lord in Westeros. Because Littlefinger's background was too shallow, Tyrion, Tywin, Varys, Lady Olenna, and the other big shots in the Game of Power all knew of his ability. They also knew that he had ulterior motives and had evil intentions, but they never treated him as an opponent. Caitlin and Littlefinger grew up together, but her evaluation of him was that he had been very clever since he was young, but being clever did not equate to being wise. For example, now that her family was ruined, she became Madame Stoneheart. She was still looking at Dany with a look of confusion and disapproval. "Sigh, my lady, tell me Littlefinger's current identity." Without waiting for Caitlin to answer, Dany counted with her fingers and said, "Duke Hellenberg, the 10th Duke of the Seven Kingdoms. He is one of them. Lady Lisa's husband, the guardian of Duke Robert Arryn, and the regent of the Arryn Valley. At the same time, he has been the finance minister for more than 10 years. The customs and finance personnel of the Seven Kingdoms are all his subordinates, and he has accumulated a lot of wealth. By the way, more than half of the brothels in King's Landing are also his property, and every prostitute is an intelligence agent. Did you notice? Now, he has a title, an army, money, and a perfect intelligence network. Only 2 or 3 dukes of the Seven Kingdoms can beat him, and that definitely does not include the King of the North, Stark. Facing someone with a higher status than you, why do you feel superior?" She looked at Madame Stoneheart and asked. Seeing her expression gradually become serious, Dany sighed and looked around at everyone. She asked, "Who benefited the most from the rebellion of the 4 princes?" The King of the North's family was ruined, excluded. Lannister was only protecting what they already had, excluded. Theon Bella was a loser from the beginning to the end. He lost so much that he lost his underwear, excluded. Looking at it, Gauting benefited the most. And Dwayne had been hiding and watching the show, and he was also suspected of sowing discord and taking the opportunity to take revenge. But everyone knew that Gauting had bet on Lonley first and suffered a great loss. Dwayne's pace was slow, and his actions were completely going with the flow. He did not have the aggressiveness to lead the situation. Thinking about the Red Viper, who died tragically at the hands of the Demon Mountain, it was clear. Was that something the mastermind behind the scenes would do? Littlefinger was different. At first, he was just a small feudal lord on one finger of the Five-Finger Peninsula. Compared to his current benefits, his wealth was more than 100 times greater. More importantly, the situation in the Seven Kingdoms is too chaotic now. The kings have fallen one after another, and it is very likely that someone is behind it, deliberately leading it in a more chaotic direction. A chaotic political situation is actually disadvantageous to the great nobles, because they're the ones with vested interests. The only ones who can profit from the chaos are the smart nobles. No. The red-nosed old man pointed at Dany and shouted in realization. The chaos in the Seven Kingdoms is more beneficial to you. It's you. Are you the mastermind behind the scenes? Dany. Chapter 281. Why her? Who is she? Harwin was puzzled. She is... Facing Dany's cold gaze, the old potion shuddered. She is the heir of an exiled lord. Then the old man slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, I got it wrong. It has nothing to do with her. She is only 16 years old. Although she is more cunning than Tywin now, she was still young and weak back then. She should not have been able to interfere with the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. I wanted to send you directly to the Great Wall, but now it seems that I have to take you to the northern frontier to see the snowy scenery. Yes, I will let you have a good talk with the real master of the northern frontier." I still don't believe it. The old potion knew nothing about his future and continued to talk. Maybe it is all a coincidence, an accident. I don't believe that Littlefinger can cause chaos in the Seven Kingdoms by himself. It is hard to believe. Hale and Barristan nodded in agreement. I have seen Littlefinger. Harwin glanced at the gloomy Madame Stoneheart and smacked his lips. I can take on 10 of him. Dany could not be bothered with these fools. She asked the old potion, "Don't you know the power of wisdom? How does the current situation compare to the dance of the blood dragon?" The scholar was weak and did not even have half a territory. How did he manage to kill the powerful Targaryen with his schemes? The old potion's expression changed drastically. He fell silent and began to think slowly. What did Littlefinger do? Madame Stoneheart's voice was as cold as a viper's. How did Littlefinger deal with Duke Stark? Dany looked at Barristan. He was involved in the palace coup after Robert's death. The old knight thought for a moment and said, I don't know what Littlefinger promised Prime Minister Stark, but he did betray the Prime Minister. At that time, Stark thought that he had bribed the Golden Robes, the garrison of the capital. But when he gave the order to capture Cersei, the Golden Robes killed all the Northerners. Obviously, they had joined Cersei long ago. Peter himself put a dagger to the Prime Minister's neck and said with a smile, Didn't I warn you not to trust me? You are. Catelyn stared at him for a while. Barristan? What? Fearless Barristan? Everyone was shocked. Harwin and the Third Hound drew their swords and looked at the old knight warily. Are you really Ser Barristan? Brittany could not help but ask. Barristan nodded and took off his helmet, revealing his face completely. He came to Madame Stoneheart's table and bowed. Madam, I am Barristan Selmy. I am deeply sorry for what happened to you and Prime Minister Stark. Dany facepalmed with a helpless expression. Barristan, who was deep in thought at the side, revealed a gloating expression. You, Madame Stoneheart looked at the White Knight with hatred. Why are you complaining about him? Dany sighed. Joffrey even stripped him of his white robe. The White Knight has never been humiliated like this since he was born. Do you think he is Cersei's confidant? I dare say that neither Stark nor Cersei wanted to rope him in. He was just a confused passerby the whole time. I still know some things. The old knight blushed and said awkwardly, And you, who are you? Madame Stoneheart turned her cold blood-red eyes to Dany. Guess. Madame Stoneheart looked at the old knight and then looked at the delicate girl under the firelight. Silver hair and purple eyes. Barristan can't leave. King, you are Targaryen. Dany Liz Targaryen. Madame Stoneheart's hatred was overwhelming. In an instant, the stone cave seemed to have opened up. The cold air penetrated into people's souls along with her voice, freezing their bones. Everyone who was shocked by Dany's identity did not dare to make a sound. Did I offend you? Dany was puzzled. Madame Stoneheart stood up for the first time. She held her throat with one hand and pointed at Dany with the other. She said a long sentence with hatred. Dany did not understand at all because she spoke too quickly and too long. Madame said that you cursed King Robb. About a year and a half ago, after the Battle of Babbling Forest, King Robb dreamed of you. The big Harwin had a strange expression on his face. He hesitated and stammered. He stole a few glances at his madam. Seeing that she was still determined, he had no choice but to continue. You cursed him in the dream. It was a horrible dream. In a hall, there were cups and plates in a mess, and there were dead people everywhere. King Robb himself was beheaded and sewn with the head of a tundra wolf. Didn't that happen at the blood wedding? Barristan said in surprise. Robb Stark actually predicted the blood wedding? What is going on? Madam, you are not lying? Did your son really dream of that scene? Barristan stepped forward in shock and said in disbelief, We also... No, it's Her Majesty Dany Rise. She also predicted the blood wedding. What? You also predicted it? The old professor almost broke down. The world was so mysterious that everyone could predict the future. How could the City of Knowledge plot against them? What is going on? The big man muttered. Let me calculate. Where Her Majesty saw the blood wedding prophecy in the Immortal Hall, in Westeros's time, it was probably... Barristan thought for a while and set a date. Madame Stoneheart's pupils suddenly shrank when she heard that. It was that day. Someone wanted to change history and failed. Dany's face was gloomy. Damn it, that bastard actually connected the cause and effect to me. Who wants to change history? Why are you talking nonsense? Isn't that the future? The red-nosed old man said in confusion. Standing at the point of time after the blood wedding and reminding Robb Stark before the blood wedding, it was changing the future for Robb, but for that person, it was changing history. The others were confused, but the old professor's intelligence and knowledge were enough to understand Dany's words. But because he understood, he found it even harder to accept. Foretelling the future was not the first or second time, but the person in the future changed the present, the past. Wasn't it too mysterious? How is that possible? Who is he? Who else could it be that wants to save Stark? Dany asked. It must be another Stark. Could it be the son of the young wolf master? The red-nosed old man was puzzled. Son? Madame Stoneheart's eyes widened and asked anxiously. Ginny is pregnant? The Ginny she was asking about was definitely not the female bandit beside her, Longlegs Jenny. No, I mean illegitimate child. Does the young wolf master have an illegitimate child? My son, clean and good. So your son has no descendants. Dany shook her head and said, Your wife will never be pregnant with Rob's child. Her mother won't allow it. Why? You still don't know that your in-law is a spy for Duke Tywin. Dany was shocked. No, Reynold is very loyal. He would rather die than surrender. Madame Stoneheart took a deep breath. Reynold was Ginny's brother. He had attended the blood wedding with Robb, but he didn't know that his mother was in cahoots with Tywin. During the incident, Fry had been persuading Reynold to surrender. He even told him that his mother had a part to play in the blood wedding and that they were all on the same side. But Reynold still refused to surrender. After Grey Wind, Robb's Icefield wolf, died in battle. He jumped into a river filled with despair and shame to commit suicide. He was definitely a very loyal subject. That was why Madame Stoneheart had never doubted the Westland family. Dany sighed. Maybe Reynold didn't betray you, but his mother, your in-law, only received benefits from Lannister. She didn't receive any punishment at all. For example, your daughter-in-law's uncle, Robb Spicer, has been promoted to Count of Castime. A mere merchant became a count in a single step, and a Count of Castime at that. You can see how much effort he put in for Lannister. No, that's impossible. Madame Stoneheart shook her head. Ginny wouldn't betray Robb. It's true. The old professor sighed. You're uninformed here, so you probably don't know. Just a week ago, Rapid Flow City's Jaime and Lannister were taken down. Your uncle Blackfish's whereabouts are unknown. Your brother Idmal was stripped of his fief and title. He will spend the rest of his life under Casterly Rock's watch. On the other hand, Madame Sebel, Robb's mother-in-law, and her 3 children were not punished. Instead, they were rewarded generously by Lannister. Apart from a title and marriage, even Queen Ginny's life was saved and she can remarry. Madame Stoneheart slumped in her chair and laughed like an owl. Betrayal, traitor. Madam, aren't you forgetting something? Dany reminded her. The Westland family of Cliff City is actually Lannister's vassal. The Northerners pillage and burn in the western region and are the enemy of all the nobles there. Don't you even know the relationship between us and the enemy? And what kind of person is Tywin? Everyone knows about Castime's reign. What gave you the misconception that the Westland family would rather give up Cliff City, which has existed for thousands of years, and risk being exterminated by the ruthless Duke Tywin to side with the Northerners? They were captured by the young wolf master. That's true, but captured nobles can be ransomed. Everyone knows that. Being captured doesn't mean losing your title or land. And even if there's no bloody wedding and Ginny Westland goes to the north and becomes the queen of the king of the northern region, what can the Westland family get? A new land? Everyone knows that's impossible. There's no land left in the northern region. Giving up the title of count, giving up the rich and historical Cliff City, and going to the north to become a jobless knight, the Westland family will be cut off. No one in their right mind would do that. Dany said a lot of things, and the others nodded in agreement. But Madame Stoneheart didn't listen at all. She only scratched her face and pulled her hair, cursing in a terrifying and cold voice. Betrayal, betrayal. Dany finally understood that no matter how good Stark's family was, they couldn't hide a fatal flaw. They were used to thinking about problems with their own heads. Seeing Madame Stoneheart go crazy and almost go crazy, Dany felt like she was watching a horror movie. Damn it, she was dealing with the dead, and the dead were mentally ill. It was scary just thinking about it. So she decided not to provoke her any further. She had to say something nice. Madam, you don't have to be sad. After all is said and done, only one of your 5 children died. What? Madame Stoneheart looked up. We saw your youngest daughter, Arya Stark, on the river this morning. Oh, yesterday morning. Which river? Madame Stoneheart asked anxiously. Chapter 282. Each of your 6 children has a dire wolf. Danny asked. 5 of them. Snow is a bastard. All right. Jon Snow is a bastard. Danny nodded happily in agreement. Then have you noticed that your children have a special relationship with the direwolves? The direwolves are especially smart, almost as if they can understand humans. Madame Stoneheart was silent for a long time. She pinched her neck and hissed. The little devil sent an assassin to assassinate the Bran. Summer saved him. Robb's Grey Wind. It reminded him. It barked at Sebel and Rofo Spicer and wanted to bite them. However, it was very close to Reynold. In River Delta City, Grey Wind bit Robb's trousers and dragged him out. It bared its teeth at Fry. Robb, however, locked it up. That's it. Your 5 children are all the lucky ones blessed by the old gods. It is very likely that they all have the talent of transfiguration. No, don't slander my children. Madame Stoneheart denied. Danny frowned. Don't you know your own situation? Children of the forest, magicians, gods, old gods, and transfiguration are all real. Since you can revive from the dead, why can't your children be transfiguration? I know that transfiguration and werewolves have been demonized by Westeros and have a bad reputation. However, that is just a method used by the Undulls to attack the old gods. Just like today, the Red God Priest announced that the 7 gods are fake gods. The 7 gods are indeed fake gods. 7 broken pieces of wood. The night is long. Only the Light King Lalo can bring us to the light. Soros of Mill could not help but say, 7 gods above, let the deviant ghosts capture this heretic. Monk Marabad cursed softly. Glancing at the 2 of them, Danny continued, Transfiguration is the child of nature. It has mysterious and powerful strength. Whether it is evil or not depends on the person's personality and has nothing to do with the profession. Did you know that Arya Stark once released her direwolf in River Delta? Madame Sir Exion nodded. The giant she-wolf that has been leading the wolf pack around the river recently is a direwolf, your daughter's direwolf. Ah, so that wolf is a direwolf. The nearby bandits suddenly realized. Name, Leah, Madame Stoneheart murmured. I found a little girl in the direwolf's body. She's about 11 or 12 years old. What does he look like? Madame Sir Exion asked anxiously. Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Gray eyes, brown hair, horse face, a little ugly. It's her, Arya. She's not ugly. Madame Stoneheart's eyes were filled with life and death. Clearly, Lannister never caught her, Eddard said. We know, Harwin said. Arya was disguised as a boy by Yoren. She hid among the Night Watchers and came to Hajien. I've seen her before, but the hounds took her away at midnight. Oh, why did the hounds take her away? Danny asked curiously. The hounds took first place in the Prime Minister's tournament and won 40,000 gold royals. They were captured by Earl Barry when they passed through River Delta, and we used the gold royals to help the poor. He wanted to kidnap Miss Arya and ask Robb for ransom. How do we find Arya? Madame Sir Exion asked. Well, Arya was trained as a faceless person in Bravos, so she wouldn't have time to enter her wolf spirit form during the day. She would most likely enter Nymeria's body through the wolf dream at night. You can look for the dire wolf, but don't approach it during the day. At night, you can ask someone to climb up the tree and shout Arya's name. If it responds, shout Arya, your mother is looking for you. If it's agitated, you can try to climb down the tree and communicate with it. It's a little dangerous. It's not just a little dangerous, it's very dangerous, the red-nosed old man shouted. Yesterday morning, that she-wolf almost ate us. She's already a wolf child, and she's no longer human. Madame Sir Exion's icy glare made the old man shrink back. She continued to pinch her broken vocal cords and asked, You said 4 children. Where's Sansa? Everyone thinks that Stark has no male offspring, which means that Miss Sansa is the only heir to Winterfell. She's very valuable, but who needs her? Who needs the power of the North? All the single men in the 7 kingdoms need her. They all want to be the ruler of Winterfell. Hale Hunt said. Danny glanced at him and smiled faintly. You're right, but not everyone has the right to take a bite of good mutton. Miss Sansa disappeared at Joffrey's wedding, right after he was poisoned. She left the Red Keep without anyone noticing. Someone must have helped her and even used her to poison Joffrey. There are two kinds of people who want Joffrey dead. First, profit. Joffrey becoming king is not in their interest. Second, they want to make the situation even more chaotic. And that person must be very familiar with the Red Keep, or at least know a secret passage from the Red Keep to the seaside. The seaside, Brittany exclaimed. Miss Sansa left King's Landing by sea. Isn't it obvious? The sea route is the safest and the most hidden. To be honest, Danny looked at the big female knight strangely. I don't understand why you came to Hudgien to find her. Everyone can see the chaos in Hudgien. What's she doing here? I thought Sir Dantos took Miss Sansa back to her hometown, Brittany said. Who's Dantos? Danny asked. A clown, Joffrey's jester, Hale Hunt said. How's his ability? No ability. He's a useless wine barrel. But Miss Sansa saved his life once. Danny stroked her chin and tried to recall the plot of Game of Thrones. Finally, she remembered the small fry who was shot to death by Pinky. Sigh, you all know he's a useless jester. Do you think he knows about the secret passage in the Red Keep? That he could come up with such a meticulous plan? Not every jester is Florian, and not all girls are as lucky as Cheonchi. Miss Sansa does like the story of Florian the Fool and Cheonchi the most, Harwin mumbled. And you are? I'm Harwin. My father is the stable's manager in Winterfell. I'm the Duke's bodyguard. I know something about Miss Sansa, the big man explained. Petre, Tyr, Madame Stoneheart said slowly. What? Petre knows the secret passage. He once brought Ide into a brothel to meet me. Madame Stoneheart's eyes were deep and serene. She clutched her throat and slowly spat out a bone-chilling voice. You said it yourself. He seized benefits amidst the chaos. He controlled Arryn Valley. He set his eyes on the Northern Territory. And the dagger, he told me, the dagger belongs to Tyrion and lied to me. Lisa, and him. All of a sudden, Catelyn understood everything. Miss Sansa is in the Arryn Valley? I'm going there to find her. Brittany said in realization. Bran and Rickon? Madame Stoneheart looked at Danny expectantly. Danny's words were reasonable. With the addition of the magical prophecy, Catelyn trusted her more and more. She was looking forward to it. Rumor has it that Theon burned your two youngest sons to death. They were beyond recognition and were charred black. The question is, why would Theon kill his own brothers? He's a chameleon, a sea monster, Harwin blurted out. Then is he a psychopathic murderer? Well, other than being a little lecherous, he seems normal. Harwin looked at his master hesitantly. Madame Stoneheart nodded slowly. That's incredible. No matter how much affection he had for the two brothers he watched grow up, the young wolf master didn't even kill the Kingslayer who killed his father. Theon isn't a psychopath or crazy. Why would he kill his hostages? In the past few years, the Westeros had broken their traditions. The guests' rights and sacred oaths had been violated many times. However, killing a captured noble had only happened once. That was when Stark killed the two young Lannister to vent his anger. Why? He wouldn't dare. Both sides had noble captives in their hands. If you kill my people, do you think I won't kill yours? For example, if Robb didn't kill Stark, what would happen? First, Stark's eldest son would have to die. Old Stark wanted to kill young Lannister because his eldest son had been captured by Lannister. His second and third sons had been killed in front of him by the Kingslayer. He hated Lannister to the core. However, protecting noble captives was a tradition of Westeros. If you kill my people, do you think I'll let your eldest son go home for the new year? Secondly, because two Lannister had died, and there was only one Stark, Tywin might kill another northern noble as a response. The family of the northern noble who had been killed would be extremely dissatisfied with Stark, and they might even hate Robb for allowing him to kill. In the end, if you kill my captives, I kill yours, there would be no money to ransom them. This would cause the nobles to wither like farmers and soldiers, and the war would be completely out of control. Therefore, It was reasonable for Robb to kill Stark to appease Lannister's anger, just like how I'd wanted to chop off Mormont's head. Both father and son's insistence was not wrong, but their methods were not slick enough. If it were Dany, she would rather chop off her dominant hand and give it to Tywin to atone for her sins than chop off Stark's head. This was not only to buy people's hearts, but more importantly, a monarch also had the obligation to treat and protect his loyal vassals well. You can't always let others be loyal to you without any bottom line. And as a monarch, you don't reciprocate at all, right? Okay, I digress. The main point was that treating noble captives well was a tradition, and even Tywin wouldn't go against it, except for Yulin. Harwin translated Catelyn's words and said, Theon didn't want to kill them at first. It seems that the two young masters escaped from Winterfell with the help of their servants, and Theon punished them by burning them at the stake. Hee. Even if you want to punish the captives to establish your authority, you can just kill one. Why waste all your bargaining chips? Dany laughed. This shows that the two little Starks successfully escaped capture. Because he couldn't catch them, Theon purposely burned the corpses beyond recognition. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to chop off their heads personally? That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very good. Dany Rise. Very smart. Too smart. Using only a few bits of information, almost reconstructing the entire process. Luobo is not as good as you. Thank you, Dany said proudly. No. Madame Stoneheart's eyes suddenly emitted a cold, murderous intent. You're so smart. This is a good thing. I will let you go. You can help me deal with Lannister, but my 4 children, since they're not dead, I can't let you live. Dany's proud smile froze. What did you say? Kill her, to prevent future trouble. Madame Stoneheart pointed at Dany and roared. Clang, clang, clang. The bandits were only stunned for a moment before they immediately drew their swords and charged at Dany. Chapter 283. Hee-ha! Someone laughed out loud while holding his stomach. It was not Dany. The red-nosed old doctor pointed at Dany and laughed until tears came out his eyes. Who told you to show off your cleverness? Who told you to like showing off in front of others? Who told you to be so smug? Who overthrew the Targaryen dynasty? You've forgotten, but I remember it well. Wait, I have something to say. Barristan opened his arms and stood in front of the gloomy Dany. He said to Madame Stoneheart, Madam Catelyn, your worries are unnecessary. Her Majesty is benevolent, righteous, kind, and just, but every time he praised Dany, Madame Stoneheart's face turned uglier. White Knight could only stop and sigh. Dany, if Her Majesty Rise was merciful to Robb Stark, how could she be merciful to other innocent children? In Queers, in the undying shrine of the male wizards, Her Majesty has been unable to eat or sleep since she saw the prophecy about the young wolf master. Ahem, don't make it sound so ambiguous. I eat well and sleep well. Dany lifted her chin and avoided Catelyn and Barristan. If I hadn't met a merchant from the Northern Territory, I would never have thought of saving Robb Stark. Sigh, you're always so humble. White Knight sighed. Are you done? If you're done, die. Madame Stoneheart said coldly. No, I'm not done. White Knight waved her hand and quickly explained how the Megalosaurus had drawn the Crimson Wedding and how it had been handed over to the captain of the Ginkgo Maiden, Jordan Snow. Jordan Snow? Madame Stoneheart looked at Harwin. I don't know him. Maybe we can ask around at White Harbor. The big guard said, a person's heart is unpredictable. I won't trust anyone. Madame Stoneheart said with a hoarse voice. There's a wrong name, but there's no wrong nickname. Your kindness, your compassion, and your humanity were all left with Lalo when you were resurrected. Dany sneered. Madame Stoneheart spat out a single word like a viper. Kill. Long-legged Jenny, Soros, and the rest were hesitant. Even Harwin looked like he was struggling. However, Lemon, the third-generation hunting dog, shouted the word kill and immediately rushed over with 2 bandits. Clang rip. Barristan suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the sharp sword that was slashing at him. The blade of the sword rubbed against the iron glove, producing a teeth-numbing sound as sparks flew everywhere. Boom! White Knight raised her leg and kicked Doghead Lemon in the stomach, sending him flying 2 meters away. She then used the long sword she had snatched to block the other 2 bandits. Impossible! The bandit on the ground roared in disbelief. Go, kill them! Kill, kill, kill! The bandits, who had been hesitating, quickly moved closer. But Danny had been waiting for them. The space outside the cave was a little big, and the bandits were standing scattered. The effect of the Megalosaurus roar was not the best. At this moment, how dare you? A visible arc of air was emitted from Danny's body. The flames of the torches on the wall stretched into a horizontal line of fire. The dust in the air solidified and instantly gushed outwards. The bandits who were rushing over fell into a bottomless hell in an instant. Their souls seemed to be gripped by cold and scorching claws. Their minds were clear, but their bodies were unable to move in fear. They were even worse off than the centaurs who were hit by the dragon's horn. Traces of blood seeped out from their nostrils, eyes, mouths, and ears. They swayed as if they were drunk. They could not even stand properly, let alone attack. Madame Stoneheart was inside the gap of the cave, behind Danny. She was not affected by the true dragon's roar. Looking at the dozen of her underlings who were groaning on the ground, her rotten face contorted and her body trembled. She pointed at Danny and said fearfully and viciously, "You are not human, you're a demon." Danny's dragon soul entered her body. Her round pupils turned into vertical slits. Her smoky purple pupils were black on the inside and red on the outside. She turned around abruptly and looked down at Madame Stoneheart, who was on the wooden chair, coldly. Trash! Boom! The true dragon's roar was activated again. The cone-shaped air wave smashed onto Madame Stoneheart's body like a 1,000-kilogram boulder. Crash! The high-back wooden chair shattered. The hair of the person on the chair was messed up, and her tattered clothes burst open. She hugged her head and was pushed to the corner while howling. Fuck! Preston's eyes almost popped out. What kind of witchcraft is this? Why? Do you want to learn? Danny kept the dragon soul in her body. She glanced at him, and the old doctor collapsed on the ground. He turned his head away. I don't. She looked around. Brittany, Herr Hunter, and the old friar looked at her one by one and immediately lowered their heads in fear. Finally, she looked at Madame Stoneheart, who was moaning in the corner, and said coldly, "I won't kill you. If I kill you, Lala will revive you again and take away part of your soul fragments and some of the things that are most valuable to you. In the end, the ones who will suffer will be the poor civilians and the innocent travelers. Remember, you are not someone without ties. You still have 2 sons and 2 daughters. You must have a bottom line. The gods are watching you from the heavens. You will reap what you sow today. Accumulate some good karma for your family. Let's go." After saying that, she walked to Preston's side and took back Clear Sky. She hung it on her waist and walked out in large strides. White Knight had already cut the ropes on Brittany and Harehunter's hands. She carried the old doctor and quickly followed Danny. At the entrance of the stone cave, Danny paused for a moment and looked at Soros, who had a complicated expression. "Why? Are you planning to stop me?" Well, when the others were charging towards Danny, Soros stood there without moving. He even wanted to say something a few times, but stopped himself. He was prepared to dissuade Madame Stoneheart. He was also affected by the true dragon's roar, but it only shook his mind for a moment. The holy fire in his eyes rose to a height of 3 feet and suddenly shrunk. After using about 1/10 of his wizard power, he removed this soul suppression state. "I feel the aura of a true dragon," Soros said hesitantly. "The dragon has been revived? Your news is really outdated. Follow me." Danny walked past him and walked out in large strides. The bandits who surrounded her, or rather, the ragged, skinny farmers, peasant women, and children hesitated and made way for her when they met Danny's gaze. After exiting the giant cave, they met a dozen guards at the corner of the tunnel. They also gave up after Soros' persuasion. The musty and rotten air was dispersed by a fresh and cold breeze. They walked out of the maze-like tunnel and came to the soft and wet forest. The old monk led his donkey away at the entrance of the cave. The donkey's back was empty. All the food had been taken away by the bandits. The dog happily circled around him. Suddenly, the dog's body trembled. It stood in front of the old monk to protect him. It lay on the ground and barked softly. There was fear in its voice. The group suddenly realized that the forest nearby was unusually quiet. There was not a single sound of birds or insects. The air was suffocating. Hiss, hiss! In the early morning, the forest was steaming with fog after the rain. The sky was gray, but when the terrifying roar of a beast sounded in the air, the group looked up and saw two huge black shadows descending. Crash! The tree branches were crushed and broken. The black dragon and the white dragon landed beside Danny with smoke and water droplets falling from the sky. Dragon, Megalosaurus. It's really Megalosaurus. The true dragon has been revived. Brittany, Soros, and the rest were shocked. Monk Marabad was also dumbfounded. It was as if he had seen the 7 gods appear in front of him. On the other hand, Perestan, the red-nosed old man, looked proud. He said proudly, "The dragon was revived 2 years ago. The dragon brought magic to this world. Soros of Mir, you should know better." Because of the revival of the Megalosaurus, the magic tide surged. You, who could only rely on wildfire to fool people, gradually gained wizard power and the divine power to communicate with the Light King. Monk Marabad, return to Maiden Spring City. Don't wander around. After some time, I will transport a batch of food from Crab Bay to the Trident River. You will help distribute it. How long will it take? The old monk asked hesitantly. Within half a year. It depends on the speed of the merchants on the other side of the narrow sea. When will you lead the troops into the Westeros? The old monk asked worriedly. Probably in the 2nd year, after next summer. Danny stood in front of Blackie with her hands behind her back. She looked at the empty sky at a 45-degree angle and said with deep emotion, "The people are already so poor. If the 7 kingdoms are affected by the chaos, the Westeros will definitely be in hell. Moreover, the Iron Throne does not mean much to me. I'm even less interested in the game of power. I only care about upholding justice for my dead family in this trampled and humiliated world. I want to restore glory. I will not use force against the 7 kingdoms for the entire winter. However, the people of the 7 kingdoms are innocent. I can't make things worse, but I can help them in their hour of need. This time, I came to investigate the situation of the 7 kingdoms. Your Majesty, the 7 kingdoms are lucky to have you. The people of the 7 kingdoms are lucky to have such a benevolent ruler." The old monk's eyes were brimming with tears. He was so emotional that his whole body trembled. Brittany, Soros, and Halhan also looked at Danny with admiration. They were deeply moved by her magnanimity and courage. The red-nosed old man smacked his lips and said coldly, "Forget it. You didn't plan to land in Hajien. If it wasn't for me," Barristan frowned and explained to the queen, "You don't know anything. Back at Slaver's Bay, we had already planned the itinerary of Queers Volantis Resun, Halberd City, Old Town Hajien. Her Majesty the Queen came to the Westeros mainly because she heard that winter was coming. However, Hajien did not have any food because of the war. She wanted to come here to investigate. However, in the City of Knowledge's archives, we have already obtained most of the information about Hajien and even the 7 kingdoms. That's why we changed our direction and went to the more dangerous Great Wall. Her Majesty thinks that famine is easy to solve, but the long night is difficult to guard against. She is very worried that the information about the deviant ghosts is true. You know that we sent you to the Great Wall, mainly to investigate the deviant ghosts. There are deviant ghosts." Brittany also remembered when they first met. The old professor laughed and said that he was going to fight deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. They thought that the old man was joking. "Let's go and see." As she spoke, Danny climbed onto the back of the white dragon's neck. "Your Majesty, wait." Hal Hunt trotted over and looked at the white dragon in fear. He shouted, "Your Majesty, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Take me with you." "Kid, stop fooling around. Continue to pursue Brittany." Count Taz is more suitable for you. Danny touched her nose and said in a tired tone, I could be a white knight and not marry. Hal Hunt gritted his teeth and decided to lower his request. The captain of the White Knight snorted and scolded, Go away! Don't insult the White Knight. Chapter 284. Hire felt wronged. He had already taken a huge risk by coming to the Dragon Queen's cold stove, and now he was being despised. Barristan turned his gaze to the silly brain, hesitated for a moment, and said to Danny, Your Majesty, if there is a female knight in the Queen's Iron Guard, she can act as a maid under certain circumstances, and it will be more convenient to protect you. For example, bathing, sleeping. You like Brain? Danny asked with a frown. Barristan nodded and said, Miss Brain is skilled in martial arts, simple and loyal to the Queen. If you really want to find a female white knight, there is no one more suitable than her. Brain was indeed the most loyal and brave female knight in Game of Power. Even compared to men, there were less than 5 who could surpass her in terms of the overall quality of a guard. Scientifically and rationally, Brain was definitely worthy of a spot in the Queen's Iron Guard, and Danny should even be thirsty for her. But from a metaphysical point of view, Brain was almost the most jinxed guard in Game of Power. At first, she followed Renly, but Renly did not live past 2 episodes and immediately received a boxed meal. Then she pledged her loyalty to Caitlyn, and Caitlyn's family met with misfortune one after another, and finally the Northerners were wiped out. Then she followed Sansa, and not long after, her brother Rickon died in front of her, and the long night came. Winter fell. Although the misfortune of those masters had nothing to do with Brain, it was too evil, and Danny was a little scared. But Danny was only stunned for a moment, and then she abandoned those superstitious metaphysical thoughts and sent an invitation to Brain. Miss Tass, what do you think? Hire Hunt looked at the silly girl who was at a loss, and his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Brain herself was in a complicated mood. For the first time, she was truly recognized by someone, and it was the legendary White Knight Barristan. She could not help but feel excited. Her thick caterpillar-like lips opened and closed, and several times she was about to open her mouth and loudly swear allegiance to the Dragon Queen. But in the end, she shook her head and said, Your Majesty Danny Rise, I can't swear allegiance to you. Are you stupid? Hire screamed. Brittany's hesitant blue eyes gradually became clear and firm. Sir Barristan, Her Majesty Danny Leasy, I'm really grateful. Obtaining your recognition has almost achieved the greatest goal of my life. But I have sworn to Lady Caitlyn, and I am bound to her. That monster wants to hang you. Hang you. Didn't you hear her trial? Hang him. Hire waved his arms and cursed at Brain. You idiot. You've always wanted to be a knight. But everyone, including me, laughed at your body size, your ugly face, your unrealistic dreams. Now, the greatest white knight of the 7 kingdoms personally invited you to be his brother, and you refused? Is there something wrong with his head? It is precisely because Sir Barristan's invitation is so precious that I have to make myself worthy of his recognition. Brain's expression was as firm as granite. If I go back on my oath to Lady Caitlyn and willingly wear the white robe, it will be a great insult to the sacred oath, to Sir Barristan and Her Majesty Danny Rise, and even to the White Knight itself. Good. Danny and Barristan cheered loudly. Miss Brain, I apologize to you. Barristan climbed down from the black dragon and bowed solemnly. He looked at Brain, who had become confused again with admiration, and said, I invited you to join the Queen's Iron Guard because I value your identity as a woman, and you are suitable to protect the Queen in places that are inconvenient for me. Now I realize that you have the noblest chivalry, whether you have been anointed with the holy oil or not, whether you have been canonized as a knight. I have to say, with your character and ability, you are absolutely qualified to wear the white robe. Sir, Brain's ugly face turned red. You don't have to apologize to me. Ha. Danny laughed. Brain, you don't understand what you have done. She glanced at everyone present and said loudly, Today, Westeros, from the kings to the people, have lost their morals and honor. Sacred oaths have been violated repeatedly, and the rights of guests are no longer respected. People are like wild beasts that have broken free from their chains, driven by greed and desire, and they have abandoned the beautiful traditions and great spiritual beliefs that bound us in the past. In this bad world of music and etiquette, your appearance is like a ray of light that shames all the beasts and gives hope to those who are lost. I'm not as good as you say. Brain cried emotionally. Paristan had a complicated expression, and he began to reflect on his actions with shame. At the same time, he had a kind of inexplicable recognition and admiration for Danny, who said such words. Brain, Danny said loudly to the ugly knight. They all call you Beauty, Brain. This is an insult to your noble chivalry. I won't allow it. From today onwards, as the King of Knights, I grant you the title of Roseless Ironguard. You don't have to be loyal to me. You can even be my enemy. You don't have to protect any king. You only have to uphold justice and justice. I want more people to know that in the long night, danger is everywhere. The one who can light the road ahead and lead us to the light is never God. Not the King of Light, not the seven gods, not the old gods. It is only the humans who have a noble spirit and hold the torch of justice. Yes, it's me. Good, well said. Parestan's eyes were red, and he clapped his hands excitedly. He decided that even if the Dragon Queen's reputation was ruined in the future, even if she was defeated by the allied army, eliminated by the powerful players of the game, and killed by the City of Knowledge, he would still write a book to praise Queen Dany's persistence and justice. Glancing at the red-nosed old man who couldn't control himself, and then looking at Brain, Barristan, and even a few bandits, Dany couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Be it ancient or modern, tricks are always more popular than swords. Screech, Blackie, suddenly roared towards the forest on the side of the hill. Dany looked over and saw a small, pale figure sneaking out from the brambles like a ghost. It was a barefooted old lady, leaning on a black wooden cane that was full of bumps. Her tattered gray robe was wet from the rain, and her sparse white hair was flying wildly. The cold morning wind made her wrinkled skin pale. She was originally a dwarf, and her back was hunched. She was only about 0.8 meters tall. Her red eyes glanced sadly at Dany and the dragon below her. "Who are you?" Dany asked loudly. You're not him, the little old lady mumbled. He and she in Westeros had different pronunciations, which made Dany even more confused. Who am I not? Why are you here? Soros asked curiously. Didn't you refuse to serve the lady? Dragon, I'm here to look for a dragon. I saw a dragon. I finally saw a dragon. Sob, sob, sob. The little old lady wiped her tears sadly. Did you see it? The dragon is finally hatched again. I told you not to worry. There will always be a dragon, but you didn't listen. Sob, sob, sob. I finally saw a dragon. Too bad she can't see it. Too bad she's not him. The red raven landed in between her eyebrows, but she didn't notice. Oh, I can't say any more. The red raven is warning me. Sob, sob, sob. But when can I see him fulfill my promise to meet you again? The little old lady stumbled back into the bushes as she talked nonsense. In just a few words, she disappeared like a groundhog retreating into the field. Barristan had a thoughtful look on his face. I think I've seen her before. She's a forest witch proficient in prophecies. Because she often wanders around the Noble Heart, we call her the Noble Heart's ghost. The Brotherhood can't go out to gather information outside River Valley, so we rely on her to help us with prophecies, Soros of Myr explained. The Noble Heart was the name of a tall hill in the middle of River Valley. It was once the holy land of the children of the forest. It was said that the ghost of the children of the forest killed by the Undull King haunted the hill, and the people nearby avoided it. Using prophecies to gather information? Dany's mouth twitched. This was more extravagant than using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Is it accurate? Very accurate. Soros nodded and sighed. I even suspect that she's a child of the forest. When she sleeps, the weirwood whispers in her ear. Well, in sorcerer's terms, she can communicate with the roots of the earth and observe the past and future through the weirwood. Isn't that the three-eyed crow? Danny asked in surprise. She doesn't have a crow. Soros furrowed his brows, unable to understand what Danny meant. She once prophesied the death of King Balan, the Red Wedding, the Purple Wedding, the fall of Rapid Flow City. She could even predict when someone would die and who killed them. She was very accurate. Sometimes, when the Brotherhood's team got separated, we asked her to help us with prophecies. If the nobles sent troops to hunt us down, she could also predict the danger in advance. She asked for very little in return, a bag of wine and a song called Ginny of the City of Barrenstone. Unfortunately, after the Lightning King was replaced by his wife, she refused to interact with us anymore. 7 gods above. Barristan shouted in disbelief. Ginny, yes, it's the female dwarf that Her Highness Ginny brought into the Red Castle. Everyone thought that she died in the fire at the Summer Hall. I didn't expect that not only did she not die, she even lived for so long. Female dwarf. The witch who brought my parents together? Danny recalled as well. Yes, that's her, the root of everything. Barristan nodded heavily. She prophesied to your grandfather that the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Azur Ahai, would appear among your parents' descendants. We used to think that he was Liga, but now... At this point, he suddenly paused and muttered, She said that you're not him, that you're not the child of prophecy. She had already predicted the tragedy in the Midsummer Hall, and even persuaded. She even predicted that the dragon would appear. Then who is the child of prophecy? Who do you think is the child of prophecy? Danny looked at Soros. I have never seen any enlightenment related to the child of prophecy in the holy fire. Perhaps the Light King did not want to burden me anymore. Taking care of the Brotherhood has already exhausted me, the Red Priest of Mill said bitterly. Your Majesty, don't worry about the child of prophecy, Monk Meribad suddenly interjected. Like you said before, only the righteous and noble spirit of the 7 gods can illuminate the road ahead. Old man, isn't it too obvious that you're adding private goods? Chapter 285. Even Danny could not deny that the Great Wall of the Impasse had already surpassed the original Great Wall of the Celestial Empire. 500 kilometers was nothing, but the average height of the Great Wall was close to 200 meters. 200 meters. Looking from afar, it looked like a continuous mountain range that stretched across the land. Even after 10,000 years, it still showed no signs of decay. If the Night King had not attacked, it would probably have lasted for another 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. The Great Wall of the Impasse was 500 kilometers long, and there were a total of 19 castles. At its peak, Dark Castle alone had 5,000 Night Watchers, and all 19 castles together had close to 10,000 people. 10,000 people was not a small number. That was a regular army. The King's Landing had a population of more than 500,000, but only 3,000 Night Watchers. A strong military force would breed uncontrollable ambitions. There had been Commander-in-Chief who had broken his oath in the history of the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers had had 997 Commander-in-Chief. Among them, there were lunatics, dictators, and idiots. For example, Lindsay Hyder tried to leave his position to his illegitimate son, and Roderick Furlant tried to make himself the king of beyond the Great Wall. For example, 600 years ago, the commanders of the Blizzard Gate and the Night Castle fought. The Commander-in-Chief tried to stop them, but they joined forces to kill him. However, the lords and kings of the 7 kingdoms never thought that the Night Watchers would be a threat to their rule. It was not that they believed in the integrity of the Night Watchers, but that the 19 castles of the Great Wall were defenseless against attacks from the south. Well, the purpose of the Night Watchers was to guard against the barbarians from the north. Deviants were a legend. Their castles were built close to the Great Wall, and there were no walls at all on 3 sides, making them easy to attack. This was originally designed to prevent the Night Watchers from rebelling, but now it had become the fatal weakness of Jon Snow and the others. Mance Rayder, the king of the barbarians, had been a Night Watcher for more than 10 years and knew the weaknesses of the Great Wall very well. Now, there were only 3 castles left on the Great Wall. Shadow Tower and Eastwatch were on the left and right, and Dark Castle was in the middle of the Great Wall, which was also the main camp of the Night Watchers. Before Jerome Mormont, Yora's father, led his men north to die, the Great Wall had 1,000 guards, Shadow Tower 200, Eastwatch 200, and Dark Castle 600. In order to investigate the movements of deviant ghosts and barbarians, Elder Shion led 300 elite Night Watchers from the Great Wall to the north. 200 of them went to Dark Castle. However, the Night Watchers didn't carry any weapons to deal with the deviant ghosts. The 300 Night Watchers were almost wiped out. Except for John and a few of his companions, only 30 to 40 people survived. After that, Mansred purposely sent the savages to the east and west of the Great Wall, causing the Night Watchers to be exhausted while he secretly arranged for a 200-man assault squad to climb over the Great Wall, intending to take a detour and steal Dark Castle from the rear. Jon Snow and Jurgrit were in the assault team. After all, Jon was the main character. He managed to escape. However, Dark Castle only had 40 to 50 soldiers left, and most of them were old and weak. As mentioned before, Dark Castle had no walls, not even wooden fences. The enemy could march straight in, and the Night Watchers had no choice but to face them head-on. Therefore, after receiving Jon's information, the Night Watchers abandoned the kitchen, the hall, the stable, the tower, and emptied the armory. They only defended the gate that connected the Great Wall to the north. They piled up wooden barrels filled with iron ingots and pickled mutton, wicker boxes, bundles of dyed black wool, wooden stakes, and sacks of grain into a 3-meter-high, curved rampart. There were only two things in the defensive circle: the gate and the huge, zigzag wooden staircase that climbed up the wall. The staircase was like a zigzag bolt of lightning, climbing up the wall. The wooden beams were as thick as an adult's thigh, deeply embedded in the ice. In addition to the Night Watchers, there were also more than 100 civilians from the nearby villages. The strategy of the Night Watchers was very simple. They wet the stairs at the bottom with oil and defended the rampart first. If they couldn't defend it, they would retreat to the wooden stairs at the back. They would retreat step by step and use bows and crossbows and other long-range weapons to weaken the strength of the savages. Finally, they would detonate the barrels of oil buried at the bottom of the zigzag wooden stairs, burning down the wooden stairs below and burning or falling the savages to death. It was still uncertain whether they could kill all the savages, but at least they could help the Night Watchers of Dark Castle survive this night. The moonlight in the snowy night was hazy, and the silent land was covered by a layer of gray and silver. Only the bone-chilling north wind was blowing. The enemy used the moonlight to launch a surprise attack on Dark Castle in the middle of the night. The horns sounded, and the war instantly became white-hot. The savages rushed into Dark Castle like a tide, burning the hall and the stable. They crossed the rampart and chased after the Night Watchers and civilians in the yard. Some savages even climbed up the wooden stairs. Jon retreated from the rampart to the first level of the wooden stairs, and then from the first level to the second level. At this time, he leaned against the railing of the wooden stairs on the fourth level. The wound on his left leg that was shot by Jigrit was tearing apart. He was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. The arrow in his hand was aimed at the barrel of oil at the bottom of the wooden stairs. Fire, ice, blood, cries, and screams before death squeak. Suddenly, the sound of a beast piercing through the night sky came from above. A heavy, scorching atmosphere spread in Dark Castle. Not only Jon felt the pressure, but the savages and Night Watchers who were fighting below could not help but slow down and look up at the sky. Whoosh, the sharp sound of something piercing through the air sounded in the sky. When it landed below the top of the wall, everyone could finally see what it was. A javelin. A wooden javelin that was 3 or 4 meters long. Whoosh! The javelin stabbed into the mud in the center of the yard that was stained with blood. Under the confused gaze of the savages and Night Watchers, the flag wrapped around the tip of the javelin slowly opened up. A gust of wind blew through the wall and made the flag fly high. A red dragon with a black background, a 3-headed dragon. Jon Snow was stunned for a moment. He pulled back the arrow on his bow and suddenly shouted, "Targaryen, the flag of the true dragon." Almost at the same time, the other night watchers also recognized the symbol of the royal family that had ruled this continent for 300 years. Dragon Megalosaurus. Someone shouted at the sky. Jon looked up. On the top of the wooden ladder, the old scholar who had always been calm was waving his hands wildly. "It's a dragon. That's right, that's a dragon's roar. Megalosaurus, a Targaryen is coming." The old man's eyes were filled with tears. As if responding to his call, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Squeak boom. A white dragon. A white dragon that was bigger than any creature Jon had ever seen swoop down at high speed. It drew an arc over the savages' heads and breathed out a bright red dragon flame that was 15 meters long. He could see the savages' faces twisted in fear. He could even feel their fear. He was also trembling. A strange mixture of excitement and fear filled his heart. The white dragon did not burn any savages to death. After it flew past the yard, it landed at the outermost edge of Dark Castle. Step by step, it walked towards the courtyard that was surrounded by simple walls. Its heavy footsteps seemed to fall on everyone's hearts. "Put down your weapons, surrender, and you will not die." A crisp female voice rang out. A dragon knight. Who was she? Jon Snow looked around, but other than the sparks that splashed out from the dragon's nose, he could not see anything. When the Megalosaurus approached the walls made of wooden barrels and sacks, one of the savages shouted, "It's a woman kill." Jon recognized it. It was the leader of the Thurn clan, Stee. He was also the leader of the assault team. The bald Stee raised his sword and rushed towards the Megalosaurus. The white dragon seemed to be stunned. It did not react at all until Stee was 5 meters away from it. Bang! A black shadow came from behind like lightning. Like a tomato that had been hit by a baseball, CD flew into the air and his body was split in half. In fact, other than his head and legs, everything else had turned into a splattered mush that landed on the faces, hair, and tattered leather armor of the savages who had rushed toward the giant dragon. Fear gripped the savages' minds. And this was not the end. Squeak. The white dragon roared into the sky. A dark red fireball gradually expanded from the size of an orange to the size of a dustpan. Then, slash, the huge fireball instantly transformed into a palm-wide, 40-meter-long bright red arc of light. Like a huge machete, it suddenly slashed forward, boom, with chips, snow, bloody mud, broken limbs, and bright red sparks exploded on both sides of the 40-meter-long straight line. Gulp! Jon swallowed hard, sweating profusely. Suddenly, he was even more terrified of the female dragon knight than he was of the barbarians. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed. The woman's cold voice rang out again. He thought her voice was sweet before, but now it had become inexplicably cruel. The 40-meter-long machete looked powerful, but in fact, it only burned 4 or 5 unlucky savages. It did not kill anyone. The dragon flame only changed its form, but its power and nature did not change. The illusory flame could not cut through solid flesh. To put it simply, other than the beautiful scene and the waves of air, the lethality came from the temperature of the flame itself. As for the broken limbs, this was originally the center of the battlefield. Severed limbs and heads were everywhere on the ground. But Jon did not know, and neither did the savages. Squeak! When Blackie appeared and slid over the savages' heads, the savages finally broke down. They were the first to throw down their weapons, followed by the second, third. The savages surrendered. Dany sat on Little White's back without moving. White Knight helped Peristan down from Blackie's back. The old professor had flown for close to 20 hours. His face was pale, and his legs were trembling. He was about to faint from exhaustion. Flying from the Three-Forked River to the Great Wall was close to 3,500 kilometers. They stopped 3 times for an hour each time to eat, drink, and relax before continuing to fly. Dany could feel that after 2,000 kilometers, Little White started to feel tired. Blackie, on the other hand, kept flying at a constant speed. It did not feel tired at all. When it was flying, it was also operating the 9-colored vortex to absorb magic particles from the void. Magic allowed Blackie to last longer. Which Targaryen is it? While she was thinking, the Night Watchers climbed down from the wooden ladder. They consciously started to tie up and detain the savages who surrendered. Then, a black-haired, bearded man walked over with a trembling old man in a gray robe. White Knight took a step forward and opened her helmet. She said loudly, "Barristan, I am Barristan Selmy. I have come with Her Majesty Dany Rhys Targaryen to the Great Wall to assist the Night Watchers." "Barristan," the young man exclaimed. He was even more shocked to see the legendary White Knight. "Dany Rhys." The old scholar was surprised. A beautiful scene that he had never dreamed of appeared in front of his eyes. "It's me." Dany saw the long chain around the old man's neck and guessed his identity. She jumped down from Little White's back and took off her helmet. Her silver braid hung in front of her chest. Chapter 286. It's really Targaryen. It's Dany Rhys. Seeing Dany's silver hair, purple eyes, and somewhat familiar delicate face, the gray-robed old man reached out his trembling right hand, as if he wanted to personally confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion. "Sis." Dany stood still, but Blackie and Whitey beside her sneezed at the old man. The old scholar woke up with a start, wiped the tears rolling down his cheeks, smiled and bowed according to the etiquette of receiving a king. "Excuse me, Your Majesty. Night Watchman Ymont greets you." Dany nodded, looked at him, and said, "I know you. Ymont Targaryen, my great-grandfather Igor's brother." Igor." The old man was stunned. His eyes showed a look of reminiscence, and muttered, "You call him Igor? Yes, he is Igor, my younger brother. I've been to the City of Knowledge and read the history of the Targaryens," Dany said. Dany Rhys's great-grandfather's real name should be Aegon Targaryen, the 5th-generation Aegon, but he had the nickname Igor. His family and friends called him Igor instead of Aegon. Well, in the common language of the Celestial Empire, Igor, egg, was iron, egg, egghead, and so on. As for the relationship between Igor and Ymont, well, it could be seen from the love between Arizuko and Itachi. In order for his younger brother to inherit the throne, Ymont chose to exile himself, put on black clothes, and came to the Great Wall to be a night watchman. After the death of the eldest brother, according to the order, Ymont should have inherited the throne. The Great Council even secretly gave the crown to Ymont, but Ymont rejected the nobles with the reason that he was a scholar. In order not to affect his younger brother's rule, he took the initiative to stay away from the King's Landing, put on black clothes, and used the double oath of a scholar and a night watchman to cut off the possibility of some nobles using his name to rebel against Igor. Similarly, in order to not let his brother go north to the Great Wall alone, Ymont cleared out the open prison, made countless prisoners swear with Ymont, and sent the royal fleet, carrying thousands of people, to the Great Wall. Brotherly love. Who are you? Dany looked at the bearded man who was supporting Ymont. Your Majesty, hello. The bearded man awkwardly knelt on one knee and bowed to Dany and said, "My name is Jon Snow, the clerk of Commander-in-Chief Mormont." Needless to say, standing up straight and looking down at the male lead made Dany secretly happy. But the bastard of Eddard Stark? She asked. "Your Majesty knows about me too?" Jon looked up in surprise. Dany crossed her arms, tilted her head, and looked at Jon's weather-beaten face, messy beard, and experienced eyes. She asked curiously, "I remember that you are about the same age as me. Why do you look so old?" "Old?" Jon was confused. "Ha ha!" Barristan, who was trembling at the side, couldn't help but laugh. "She thinks you're too old, but it's no wonder. You're only 16, not 17. Why do you look like you are in your 30s? This scholar, oh, doctor." Ymont looked at the chain hanging from Barristan's chest and the bronze ring on his right index finger, and asked curiously, "Which doctor are you?" "Hello, Scholar Ymont. I am Barristan, Doctor of History." "Oh, I know you. I didn't expect you to come here." Ymont looked at Dany, then at the old doctor, and smiled with relief. It seemed that the little girl who had been wandering outside respected the traditions of the Westeros, and specially went to the City of Knowledge to find a scholar to assist her. The City of Knowledge was also very sincere, and directly arranged a well-respected old doctor for her. Yamont's expression became serious again, and he glanced at the embarrassed Jon and said seriously, "Your Majesty, Dr. Peristan, please don't laugh at Jon. This is the Great Wall. He was once young and tender, but the Night Watchers are not the young nobles of the South. They face the wind and snow to guard the borders of the Seven Kingdoms, and all of them are weather-beaten men." He. Dany smiled and nodded, and said to Jon, "I am sorry, Jon Snow. I am not laughing at your appearance. It is just that I heard about you when I just entered the Westeros, and I also saw some of your files in the City of Knowledge, so I'm a little curious about you." "I am very famous?" Jon's bearded face scrunched up into an awkward shape. "I rode a dragon and flew west from Slaver's Bay, passing through Volantis, Lys, and Sun Halberd City. I met Dane on the way, and even circled above Starfall City for a while. And this white knight beside me has deep feelings for your rumored mother, so we have talked about you many times. Your Majesty, there is no need to be so detailed," Barristan said awkwardly. Who is my mother?" Jon asked excitedly. "Ashera Dane, the sister of Sir Arthur, the Sword of Dawn," but Sir Barristan denied this. "Screech!" Blackie suddenly screamed. Dany tilted her head and looked in the direction of the courtyard, and said, "Someone is coming." Jon and Yemont turned their heads at the same time and saw a big-bellied, one-armed man walking towards them. He is the blacksmith Tanner Noy, and also the temporary commander of the Night Watchers of Dark Castle. Yemont introduced. The blacksmith Tanner looked to be in his 40s. He did not have a left arm, and his left sleeve was tied to his shoulder with a pin. His chin was full of black beard, and he was tall and muscular. He walked over without saluting and frowned at Dany and asked rudely, "Are you Targaryen?" Yemont carefully glanced at Dany and saw that she only raised her eyebrows and did not get angry, so he whispered to the blacksmith, "This is the daughter of King Aerys, Her Majesty Dany Rise. In the 2 years since King Robert's death, there have been 6 kings in the Westeros. 4 have already died, and now another one has come." The blacksmith Tanner muttered, and the expressions of the people around him changed. Yemont hurriedly pulled his sleeve and warned him, "Her Majesty saved us. She is the only monarch who responded to our request for help and came to guard the wall." "Not necessarily." The blacksmith stopped talking and bowed reluctantly. "Your Majesty, we are very grateful that you have come to the wall's rescue." Dany had been watching the conversation between the blacksmith and Yemont, and when the one-armed man bowed, she raised 2 fingers and said softly, "You have 2 things wrong. First, I'm not a king. At least, don't put me together with that bunch of trash. The 6 of them together are not worthy of being my opponent. The kings you speak of are all fighting for the title of King of the Undulls, Loinars, and Forerunners. I am on the path of conquering the world. The Westeros are not even the hardest bone to chew." "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" The one-armed blacksmith looked at Dany in shock, as if she had become the second Mad King. "Your Majesty, you—" Yemont looked worried and did not know how to persuade her. "Robb has never been defeated on the battlefield. He is not trash," Jon retorted with a red face. Dany lifted her chin slightly and looked at the moon hanging in the sky. She sighed. "Sigh. The information here is too restricted. You have no idea who I am." "Aren't you Dany Liz Targaryen?" Jon said. "Do you think you're so great just because you brought 2 dragons here?" "Jon Snow, you know nothing." Dany pointed at the red-nosed old doctor. "Tell them. There is nothing to say." The red-nosed old man rubbed his red nose that was red from the cold. "The Dragon Queen is just fighting a world war with the 9 free trade city-states, New Gith, Queers, Jade Sea, and a few other slave-trading organizations." "Jon, Yemont, blacksmith, this pretentiousness. I don't want to give you full marks, but your strength does not allow it. I was going to punish you by killing a few ghouls outside the Great Wall, but now it seems..." Dany was still feeling proud when the old man immediately continued. But because the Dragon Queen has too many enemies and is too strong, she will definitely not be able to get past the alliance. If she does not die in the end, she will most likely have to return to the Westeros to fight for the Iron Throne. It seemed that the old man felt that killing ghouls was not exciting enough. He wanted to kill deviant ghosts. Ghouls are the dead bodies resurrected by deviant ghosts. Deviant ghosts are the wild babies that the Night King turned into. All right, the name is a small matter. I will not force anyone to call me queen. I have not ascended the Iron Throne yet, so you can call me whatever you want. You can call me by my name. Dany waved her hand and ended the conversation about the king. She glanced at Jon and the others and said seriously, "If there were only savages outside the Great Wall, I would not have come thousands of miles to this broken place. Let me ask you, are deviant ghosts real?" The blacksmith Tanner and Jon looked at Dany in surprise. They did not expect her to be so carefree. Yamant looked at Dany again and nodded with satisfaction. He asked, "You know about deviant ghosts? I saw the letter from the Night Watchers in the City of Knowledge. It is a serious matter, so I had to come here to confirm it." Jon could not help but feel a trace of respect for her. He sighed and said, "The others, the king, the great lord, and even the City of Knowledge, all think that we are lying. We sent out several groups of messenger crows, but they did not even reply. Some of them only scolded us for being full of lies. Why do you believe it? Because they do not have the mysterious power, but I do. Ha!" Dany snapped her fingers, and a small flame the size of a broad bean burned quietly on her finger. "Magic! Fire witchcraft!" The three were shocked. Putting away the flame, Dany said, "Judging from your reaction, deviant ghosts are probably real." "Absolutely." Yamant nodded and said with a worried look, "Commander Mormont took 300 people to the north frontier. They did not encounter the barbarian army at all. Even if they did, there was no need to worry. 300 fully armed elite rangers could disperse 10 times the number of barbarians. But they encountered hundreds of deviant ghosts at the Fist Peak. They cannot be killed by ordinary weapons. Even if their heads were chopped off or their hearts were pierced, they could still get up and continue to fight. Even our dead brothers could be resurrected as new deviant ghosts." "You are not lying?" The red-nosed old man opened his eyes wide and asked in a trembling voice. "Alas, how could I dare to lie about such a serious matter?" Old Yamant shook his head and sighed. The old blacksmith looked at Dany with a complicated expression and said, "Your Majesty, it is cold at night. Let's go back to the castle and talk." Dany looked at the red-haired female barbarian who was struggling and screaming in front of her and said with a smile, "No hurry. I will stay here and watch you send all the captives to the prison. Otherwise, when I leave, I am afraid that the barbarians will rebel again." It seemed that her appearance had saved a poor person who should have died in this small battle. Chapter 287. Stinky Crow, don't touch me, I'll walk on my own. Under the light of the fire, a woman with disheveled red hair stumbled to her feet. 2 black-robed Night Watchers went over, one violently strangling her waist from behind, the other slapping her in the face and chaining her hands and feet from the front. The 3 of them did not stop their actions, cursing and swearing. The savage called the Night Watcher a crow, and the black-robed Night Watcher an uncivilized woman with a spear. "Yrgrit!" Jon heard the red-haired woman's sharp curses, turned around and trotted a few steps, stopping a few steps away from the woman, and said hesitantly, "Yrgrit, are you hurt?" "Ah, you're burned by the dragon flames." "Jon Snow, if you're a man, come and tie me up yourself." Yrgrit shouted. Jon was both happy that his lover did not die in the battle, and embarrassed that she had exposed their affair in public. Dany stepped forward, curiously looking at the female savage who had taken Jon's virginity. She was about 20 years old, relatively short, less than 6 meters tall and skinny. She had a round face, a flat nose with light-colored pockmarks between the nostrils, and a mouth full of uneven but white teeth. Of course, the female savage's most striking feature was her head of fiery red hair. However, she seemed to have been burned by Dany's 40-meter-long flaming blade. Half of her hair was burnt, her face was black, and her tattered leather coat was scorched black. "Go deal with the others first. I have something to ask her," Danny said to the two black-robed men. The two night watchers looked at the blacksmith tanner hesitantly, and only let go of Yrgrit after getting his permission. They took a step back, bowed, and turned to another savage. "You ride a dragon?" Yrgrit stared at Danny, her hands clenched into fists, as if eager to try, but the sound of the chains on her wrists made her loosen her fists in frustration. Danny pulled a wooden bucket upright, sat on it, and said calmly, "Your name is Yrgrit, right? Now that you're my captive, I'll ask you questions and you'll answer. Do you understand?" Yrgrit opened her mouth and finally glanced at John, who was in a daze. She nodded and said, "Yes, we surrendered to the woman riding the dragon, not the crows." "When did deviant ghosts first appear?" Danny asked. "Well," Yrgrit thought for a while and shook her head. "I don't know. Those monsters seem to have always existed. Anyway, as far back as I can remember, I often encountered walking dead people when I left the tribe to hunt in the wild." "Seven gods above, how long is that?" Baristan and the others exclaimed. "At least 10 years ago, or even earlier." Scholar Yimont frowned. "Why didn't you say so before?" John was also shocked. "Jon Snow, you never asked me," the red-haired savage shouted at him. "You've been living with those monsters?" Dr. Baristan asked in disbelief. "We wanted to go over the Great Wall, but the crows wouldn't let us." Later, more and more monsters appeared and became stronger. Even the largest tribe's camp was broken by them from time to time. Mance Rider decided to go over the Great Wall and take refuge in the south before the more dangerous times came. The female savage shouted. The red-nosed old man asked in surprise, "What do you mean by more dangerous times? Are you stupid?" Danny rolled her eyes. "Of course it's winter. Deviant ghosts are so rampant even in the hot summer." "What about winter?" "Yes, winter," Blacksmith Tanner said worriedly. "All the savages went south. All of them. Hundreds of thousands of troops have come under the Great Wall. We have giants, hundreds of giants. Even a megalosaurus is no match for the giants. The megalosaurus can fly. Can the giants fly too?" Danny laughed. "The giants have bows and arrows and spears." Yrgrit smiled proudly. "Strongmarg has a longbow taller than the city gate. The bow is thicker than your leg. He once stood at the foot of the mountain and shot a vulture on the top of the mountain with an arrow. Your dragon can't burn him if it flies too high. If it flies too low, it will be shot through the head, just like my arrow shot through the neck of a pheasant." "Oh, I was careless." Danny slapped her forehead and said solemnly, "I neglected the power of the giants. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, it would be dangerous tomorrow." Yrgrit's proud smile froze on her face. Her blue eyes were filled with annoyance and frustration. Danny was secretly amused. She almost didn't use the trick of riding a dragon and breathing fire. When she really needed to breathe fire, she would carefully observe the enemy's situation. For example, tonight, she came early. She quietly circled several times in the sky. After making sure that the savages had no crossbows and only a few arrows, Little White swooped down from the sky. And she didn't breathe fire. Instead, she stayed far away and used the dragon flame with special effects to deter the enemy. Danny was very careful, even with ordinary people's crossbows. How could she not be wary of the giant's bow? "Is there any chance that Man's Red will surrender?" Danny asked again. "Free people never surrender," Yrgrit said proudly. "Didn't you surrender now?" Baristan laughed. "The first time I saw a dragon, it breathed a fire knife and hit me in the face. I was very scared," the female savage said frankly. Then, she touched her left cheek, which had turned black and red from the heat, causing the female savage to grimace in pain. "But I'm not afraid anymore. Even such a strong dragon flame blade was only like this on my face. I think the giant dragon isn't that scary. Oh, I hope all my enemies think so." The Dark Castle was composed of a wooden main castle connected to 6 stone towers. The main building included public facilities such as dining and meeting halls, crow's nest, armory, barracks, and so on. The 6 towers were the Commander's Tower, King's Tower, Harding's Tower, Spear Tower, Guard Tower, and Silence Tower. The King's Tower was specially prepared for VIPs. Dany, Barristan, and Peristan were staying there tonight. A night watchman named Galen and two peasant women cleaned the master bedroom overnight, covered it with a brand new feather quilt, and lit the fireplace. The savages attacked in the middle of the night. After the battle, the remaining 130 savages were all sent to the dungeon. It was already dawn in the east, but none of the night watchmen were in the mood to sleep, including Jon. They were all curiously looking at the two dragons sleeping by the gate of the King's Tower. That's the Megalosaurus. It's so big. Look, there are sparks coming out of its nostrils. Piper, who had a pair of protruding ears, clicked his tongue. It's just a baby dragon. The short and ugly man, Todd, shook his head and proudly showed off the story he heard from the bards in the tavern. Legend has it that Balerion can swallow a mammoth in one gulp. Queen Dany Rise's dragon is still much longer. Toad, how long do you think Balerion can spit out a dragon flame machete? Piper asked dumbly. This. Toad scratched the back of his head. In the story, Balerion had burned Helen Castle, created the Prairie of Wrath, burned down the great cathedral of King's Landing, and burned the cities of Dorne into ruins. But he didn't seem to have spat out a machete. But he didn't want to weaken his reputation as a knowledgeable know-it-all, so he directly made up a story based on the size of the dragon. At least 2 kilometers. Wow, how many people can he kill with one strike? Sigh. This is the power of the Megalosaurus. Toad shook his head and said proudly, no matter how many savages Manslade brings this time, they are destined to be defeated by Her Majesty's 2 Megalosaurus. Jon glanced at his 2 companions and asked the blacksmith, Tanner, beside him, Master Luwin told me that the Megalosaurus of the Targaryen family had been extinct for 200 years. Yes, not long after the mad dance of the blood dragon. The dragons were completely extinct. The blacksmith nodded. But why does Dany Rise have 2 dragons? I haven't heard anything about her before, but she suddenly came to the Great Wall with 2 dragons, Jon said with a worried look. What are you worried about? The one-armed blacksmith glanced at him. Duke Stark's family is either dead or missing. Will she seek revenge on you, a bastard? Jon hesitated. I don't know. The Night Watchers shouldn't have political leanings. But maybe Sansa and Arya still have a chance to rebuild Winterfell. Now that the Targaryens are back, The one-armed blacksmith shifted his gaze from the black dragon to the King's Tower and said with a complicated expression, Westeros always need a king. At least there is one thing that she did better than all the other kings. She has a sense of responsibility. She gave up the pursuit of the Iron Throne and helped the Westeros solve their external problems first. If the savages and the ghosts cross the Great Wall, Winterfell, and even the entire Northern Territory will be finished. There is no point for 100 Sansa Stark to live. Master Tanner, shouldn't you arrange 2 guard for the King's Tower? Toad grinned and moved closer to the blacksmith, flattering. I am willing to protect Her Majesty. Me too. I'm not hurt, and I'm not tired. Immediately, a few Night Watchers gathered around excitedly. The one-armed blacksmith thought for a moment and felt that the Toad suggestion made sense. The Dragon Queen was protected by 2 dragons and fearless Barristan, so she was safe. But arranging guards for the Queen was the Night Watcher's etiquette. Jon, you will be responsible for guarding the Queen's gate for the next few days. The one-armed blacksmith felt that he should create an opportunity for his little brother to get close to the Queen. His worries were not unfounded. Stark and the Targaryens had a blood feud that went back several generations. Perhaps Jon's performance made the Queen happy. Seeing how Stark's family was killed, would she forgive Jon and his 2 sisters? Jon seemed to understand Master Tanner's good intentions. He patted his chest and promised, although my leg has not recovered, I will perform well and not disgrace the Night Watchers. The next morning, Dany had just walked out of the King's Tower when she saw Jon shivering by the oak door. He was holding a spear against the cold wind and snow, guarding the door for her like the most loyal soldier. Seeing him limping over to greet her, Dany even felt a little pity, but that pity was soon replaced by doubt. Big Black and Little White did not drive him away. The 2 dragons were guarding the door. Not everyone could stand close to them in the middle of the night. Did they bite you? Danny pointed at the dragons and asked. No. When I walked over, the two dragons looked at me and then went back to sleep. Woo-woo. Just as she was about to ask again, a long and sonorous horn sounded from the city wall overhead. One horn means that the night watchers have returned. Two horns means that the barbarians are attacking. Your Majesty, the barbarians are attacking the city, John said anxiously. I haven't had breakfast yet. Danny muttered and said to Barristan and the old doctor beside her, let's go up and see. Chapter 288. The north wind whistled, bringing large amounts of snowflakes into the cloak. The snowflakes then drilled into the person's neck, armpit, and crotch through the gaps of the armor. It was like a greedy viper, absorbing all of the person's heat and strength. The sky was gloomy, like a dirty quilt covering the Great Wall. Maybe the night watchers who blew the horn could reach the zenith? Danny said that she did not have breakfast, but she knew that it was not early in the morning. It was almost afternoon. Lunchtime had passed. The king's tower was 30 meters high, built close to the 200-meter-high wall. There was a wooden bridge at the top of the tower that led to a wooden ladder in the shape of a zigzag. When Danny and her companions walked up the wooden ladder, they happened to run into Tanner, the blacksmith, and 17 or 18 men in black robes. They were busy fastening their sword belts and stuffing hard black bread with cheese into their mouths. Your Majesty, we can't entertain you properly, Tanner shouted at Danny. Then let's save our strength to entertain the king of savages. Danny smiled. At the top of the Great Wall, the night watchers propped up a row of iron pots with poles that were taller than a person, and a big fire was burning inside. The wind was howling, and the flames were swaying. Someone handed her a bag of warm braised beef and a piece of black bread the size of half a head, but Danny turned it down. It was bone-chillingly cold here. Clouds of white steam came out when she opened her mouth, and the food in her mouth was frozen before she could chew it. How could she have the appetite to eat? The battlements on both sides of the aisle were made of gray-white, mysterious ice. She was not sure if there were boulders inside. Danny had the illusion that she had crawled into a freezer. In fact, a freezer could be negative 18 degrees Celsius at most, but the temperature here was probably lower than negative 20 degrees Celsius. The Great Wall was very wide, enough for 12 fully armed knights to ride side by side, but the ground was too slippery because of the ice. In order not to fall, the brothers in black paved a gravel path on the aisle. While they did not cover the entire wide road, there was only a small path for the patrolling soldiers to walk on. Beside the gravel road, bunches of arrows, crossbows, spears, and ballista bolts were already prepared and spread out for the night watchers to use. In addition to the arrows, there were also ash-white rocks the size of wash basins. They were stacked 3 meters high and stretched on the road for dozens of meters. Above the city gate, there were also round wooden barrels filled with pitch and kerosene. What made Danny feel strange was that there was a row of scarecrow sentries in black standing between the battlements. Each of them was holding a spear. Under the dim sky, the savages hundreds of meters away could not tell which one was real. Was he borrowing arrows from the straw boat? To the north of the Great Wall was a dark forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as vast as the ocean, and flickering red stars were moving slowly in the forest. The night watchers would regularly clear the trees within 800 meters of the city wall. Therefore, between the gray Great Wall and the black forest, there was a broad, white snowy plain that looked like a white handkerchief that was spread out. At this moment, black dots holding torches walked out of the forest, leaving light traces on the snow-white ground. The attack line stretched for 2 kilometers. The savages had almost sent all of their forces into the battlefield. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. The night watcher named Red Ellen blew the horn again. Twice, the sound was urgent, indicating that the savages were about to attack. Woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. This time, the savages responded. It was not just one horn. More than 10 horns were played at the same time on the open snowy ground. Danny could not tell the number. It was just too noisy. There are also loud flutes and dull drums. But for some reason, Danny could hear an unusual excitement in these monotonous and chaotic sounds. She understood the savage's voice. "We are coming. We will destroy your city wall, plunder your land, and take your daughters and wives." "The savages are so arrogant," John shouted. "You can hear it too?" Danny looked at her cheap nephew in surprise. "Catapults, prepare to throw in oil barrels." "Burn!" Tanner waved his single arm and roared at the 6 night watchers beside the 2 giant catapults. The oil barrels were quickly stuffed into the catapults. Then, the cloth stuffed into the barrels was ignited by the torches. The wind fanned the fire, making it even more violent. "Fire!" Neuer shouted. As the balance arm fell, the throwing arm smashed into the crossbar with a bang. The burning oil barrels flew out under the dim sky, emitting a strange flickering light and rolling smoke. Boom! The oil barrels landed on the snowy ground and exploded into a flaming lotus. Although none of the savages were burned to death, it scared the nearby savages into running away. 7 gods above. Those are mammoths. Are those the legendary giants sitting on them? Good. Danny had a strange expression. She said with disappointment, "So small." "They're not small, right?" John shook his head and pointed at the long line of mammoths. He said in fear, "The shortest one is 3 meters tall. The tallest one is almost 4.5 meters tall. Ordinary people standing in front of them are like children standing in front of adults." Danny shook her head and sneered. 4.5 meters tall? How can they fight with the Megalosaurus if they are not at least 10 meters tall? "Do you think they can defeat my 2 dragons? They're still young dragons. They're only 2 months away from being 2 years old." Roar! Danny was immediately slapped in the face. A giant stood up on the back of a mammoth and raised a wooden stick a tree trunk. It roared angrily at the night watchers above the city gate. The sound was like thunder from ancient times. The snow on the battlements even trembled. The people on the battlements, including Danny herself, were also shocked. It was as if they had been hit by the true dragon roar. "So powerful." Danny stopped smiling and said seriously, "It seems that I am a bit arrogant. Being twice as tall as a human does not mean that its strength is also twice as strong. I am afraid that if 10 people were to fight a giant in a tug of war, the giant would still win." "Continue," Neuer shouted. The catapults were loaded again. Then 2 barrels of burning asphalt flew across the sky and fell into the enemy's army. Well, it was very embarrassing. It seemed that another savage was not killed. It was because the barrels flew in a parabola for a long time. Although the savages were reckless, they were not blind. How could they not see the bright flames? "Stop throwing. It will be a waste if you can't hit anyone." Danny shouted at the one-armed man. "We can't stop attacking. I have to boost their morale." The one-armed blacksmith lowered his voice and pointed at the night watchers who were shivering behind the battlements. What are they afraid of? Danny didn't want him to. She deliberately shouted so that everyone could hear. "It is just an army of 20 to 30,000 savages and hundreds of thousands of savage tribes. I have seen this kind of battle many times." The blacksmith was stunned. He sighed and said, "We only have 20 warriors left. After the battle last night, most of the villagers of Mole Village left." "Wrong. You still have 2 Megalosaurus." "Then let the Megalosaurus go out and burn them." A woman with unkempt hair poked her head out from behind Scarecrow. Danny had met this woman when she was on the wall. She was a prostitute from Mole Village, Zay. She was holding a long-armed crossbow. There was no trace of cowardice on her face. She was as brave as a female warrior. "I am waiting for someone." Danny smiled at her. "You are very brave. Braver than the men of Mole Village." The prostitute Zay blushed and asked awkwardly, "Your Majesty, who are you waiting for?" "Man's red," John blurted out. The blacksmith Tanner nodded and said, "Yes, burn the king of savages. If the Megalosaurus appears too early, Man's red will definitely hide." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While they were talking, a sharp whistling sound came from outside the wall. The heads of the scarecrows that were placed between the battlements suddenly exploded as if someone had stuffed a grenade into them. Danny immediately crouched down and shouted, "Be careful of the giant's arrows. It's the 7th level of hell. It has flown 200 meters, but it is still so powerful." But her warning was still a little late. The giant archers were mainly focusing their fire near the catapults. A 2-meter-long, thumb-thick wooden pole pierced through the lower abdomen of a night watcher. It was like a feather stuck to an arrow. It did not slow down the arrow at all. The arrow flew diagonally into the sky as if it was nothing. Fuck! Danny was dumbfounded. The arrow carried the night watcher with it for another 100 meters. At that time, he was still alive. His screams were louder than the horn, and the whole dark castle was shrouded in the horrifying howls of death. The monk from the dark castle, Sileta, looked at the unlucky bastard who was flying into the distance with fear in his eyes. He gulped down a mouthful of wine and sang the song of the Madonna with a trembling voice. The gentle Madonna, the source of mercy, bless your son to travel through time and space, to stop the arrows, to block the swords, to let them see a better tomorrow. The one-armed blacksmith did not care about the wailing that was getting farther and farther away. He quickly poked his head out of the battlements and glanced down. He was shocked and angry. Oh no, the savages are going to attack the gate. Hundreds of giants stopped 500 meters away from the gate. They were shooting at the battlements in a 3-stage shooting pattern. The night watchers did not dare to look up. There were also a dozen particularly tall giants riding mammoths. They led thousands of savages past the giant archers and surged toward the city gate. Baristan ignited a bucket of asphalt on the walkway. He lifted the unburned bucket and threw it out of the battlements. Boom! A giant arrow like a javelin hit the bucket that was about 10 meters away. Flames fell down like raindrops. The barbarians with fur and unkempt hair down below who were touched by the burning, viscous pitch would immediately howl and throw down their weapons, rolling around in the snow. There was also a mammoth whose fur on its neck was ignited. It roared and broke up the formation of the savages. Countless savages were trampled to death. Good. The one-armed blacksmith urged the night watchers to learn from the white knights. The two of them carried a wooden bucket, lit it up, and threw it out. There are also people who directly threw basin-sized stones down. The Great Wall is here. As long as the night watchers do not make any obvious mistakes, no matter how many savages come, it will be useless, Danny murmured. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a sound that sounded like someone hitting a shield. Yes, the sound was amplified by 100 decibels. Damn it, the mammoth is hitting the gate, Tanner cursed loudly. The giant on the mammoth's back was holding a huge oak shield that was as wide as 2 double beds put together. As for its thickness, anyway, it had already been hit by 2 or 3 huge rocks, and there were still raging flames burning on it, but the shield still did not break. Boom! Boom! The mammoth let out a loud sound like a train whistle. It took a big step forward and hit the shield again. Crack. The crisp sound of the oak cracking made everyone on the city wall feel cold. It was not the giant's shield that cracked. The gate was also made of thick oak. Now there was a big hole in it. The city has been breached. Professor Paristan, who had been hiding in the corner and warming himself by the fire, screamed like a woman. Danny was speechless. Without a doubt, she was slapped in the face again. This was a fantasy world. There were creatures called magic beasts, like the megalosaurus, the dire wolf, and the shadow lynx. Giants and mammoths were top-tier legendary creatures. She should not judge the strength of these magic beasts with scientific thinking. The blacksmith Tanner was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said to Baristan, "Sir, you command the battle on the city wall. I will bring people to the gate to kill those bastards." Without waiting for the White Knight to speak, Danny dissuaded him loudly. "Don't get too excited. There are still 2 dragons down there. If they burn in the gate, it will be worse than being smashed to death by stones. The giants will not be able to break out." The one-armed blacksmith was stunned. He nodded and said, "Okay, this is a good idea. Burn them to death. Wait, I remember that there is a thick layer of ice at the gate. Will it collapse?" Jon Snow said. Chapter 289. The blacksmith continued to stay on the wall to direct the night watchers to throw stones, oil barrels, and spears at the gate. Danny, Baristan, John, and 4 or 5 night watchers took the lift down to stop the barbarians in the gate. While inside the Great Wall, there was a wide groove. The night watchers built a steel frame in the shape of a well at the mouth of the groove and built a human-powered lift with pulley blocks. They climbed into the big iron cage at the mouth of the well. John pulled the rope at the bell at the end 3 times. Then they stood in the iron cage stupidly. The wind was howling, but the cage did not move at all. Just as Danny was about to ask, the iron cage shook violently and began to move horizontally. It moved shakily from the great wall to the hollow mouth of the well. Then, the ropes creaked and the iron cage began to descend. Crack! 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 Danny frowned and said, "Is this thing safe?" "Your Majesty, don't be afraid. I've been on the Great Wall for 2 or 3 years, and there has never been an accident. In fact, the scenery here is very good. I can almost see half the world." John wiped the snow from his beard and comforted her. "Ghost is good. I don't need to ride a dragon to see higher and farther to discourage you. But the scenery below, windowless fortresses, collapsed walls, and courtyards full of rubble. It's so empty and boring. Further away, there is an endless wasteland made up of hills ravaged by cold wind, rugged and dangerous rocks, and wild lands dotted with snow. What do you want me to see? How did you survive these years?" Danny could not help but sympathize with the poor boy. Jon Snow misunderstood her and began to recount his career. "When I first came, I was a new recruit. I practiced swordsmanship with the instructor in the morning and worked in the afternoon. Sometimes I took Whitey, my direwolf, out to hunt for extra food for the commander-in-chief's dinner. If there were no barbarians attacking the city, Master Tanner would also arrange for a few brothers to hunt some wild deer and water deer for His Majesty. Other than hunting, I was mostly doing odd jobs in the blacksmith shop, helping Master Tanner turn the whetstone or pump the bellows. There is still a lot of work to be done, such as standing guard, running errands, delivering letters, cleaning the stables, cleaning the horses, making bows and arrows, taking care of the messenger crows, checking accounts. Later, I became the commander-in-chief's clerk and began to manage the night watchers with him until we went north beyond the Great Wall. But now, I am His Majesty's guard." "The guards at the gate?" Danny laughed in her heart, but she asked, "Where's your direwolf?" "Bai Ling, I lost it," John said dejectedly. The direwolf can still be lost?" "I was captured by the barbarians. When I followed them up the Great Wall, Bai Ling was blocked on the other side. What I mean is," Danny looked at the other night watchers hesitantly, "can't you sense its location? Perception? Why can I sense it?" John was puzzled. "John, do you know who you are?" "The illegitimate son of the House of Stark. But I am now a night watcher," John said with a gloomy face. "No, those are the identities given to you by others. Do you know who you are?" "Your Majesty, what are you trying to say?" Creak boom, the iron cage stopped. Baristan and melancholy Eddie worked together to open the gate. Danny was the first to get out of the cage. An old man in black who was leaning on the winch and panting immediately came forward to salute her. The little boy who was helping him stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Clap, clap, clap. Danny clapped her hands in the direction of the king's tower and shouted, "Big black, little white, come here." Hiss, hiss, the 2 dragons immediately flapped their wings and glided to the courtyard in front of the gate. The ice is indeed a bit thick. The gate was not spacious. It only allowed 1 person to ride in and out. It was difficult for 2 horses to ride side by side. There were also many twists and turns inside. It was not a straight road. Inside the stone cave, the 2 walls, the floor, and the ceiling were all made of rock. However, there was a layer of gray ice more than 10 meters thick at the entrance. If it was burned by the dragon flames, it would be in danger of collapsing. Of course, even if the ice layer collapsed, it would not affect the Great Wall. The key was that the entrance was blocked. The only way in and out of the Great Wall for hundreds of miles would be destroyed in a short period of time. They could not even repair the broken gate at the other end of the gate. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of metal twisting came from the gate. Danny knew that the giants were ramming against the iron fence. There was an old oak door inlaid with nails that was 30 centimeters thick at the entrance and exit. There were also 3 iron fences inside the gate. Why don't we put them in the courtyard and burn them? The gate is narrow, and only one giant can enter at a time. 2 dragons can't burn 1 person to death. Barristan said. Danny thought for a moment and asked John, "Do you have chains to tie the giants? Do you want to capture the giants?" John was shocked. Giants are wild and hard to tame. Why should we capture them? Depressed, Eddie was confused. The gray-haired guy came from a family of knights and used to be an attendant of the commander-in-chief. His position among the Night Watchers was almost as high as John's. Farming, building the city, working as coolies, and being exhibits. What can't you do? Isn't the Great Wall that you are guarding built by the giants? The Great Wall was built by city builder Brandon Stark. John corrected him. Brandon only drew the design. At most, he added some magic circles. The farmer workers must be the giants. Danny waved her hand and ended the topic. She asked again, "Do you have chains to tie the giants? Can the chains to drag the iron cages?" John asked. Danny looked sideways. The chains on the elevator shaft were as thick as her wrist. John also said that they had never broken in the past few years. "Yes. Eddie, you take these brothers to move the chains. Night, John, you two stand aside." Later, boom. A thunderous sound from the gate interrupted their conversation. Roar, 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 roar. The giant's roar came through the gap of the gate, almost shattering their eardrums. The giants are here." Galen's face was pale, and he could not speak. Danny glanced at the rattling oak gates and said calmly, "Don't worry. Don't panic. Everything is under control. Blackie." Huff, huff. Blackie poked its head out and glanced at the Night Watchers with its black and red eyes. 2 thin, snake-like nostrils spurted out. Ugh. Galen, Todd, and the rest of the Night Watchers shuddered. As expected, they were not afraid. They were still afraid, but the target of their fear had changed from a giant to a giant dragon. "We will move the chains now." They breathed a sigh of relief and ran away. The wooden buckets, rice bags, wooden stakes, and other miscellaneous items that stopped the barbarian assault team last night had been cleared out. The courtyard was empty. Well, there were a few towers on both sides of the gate. The stone towers were built on a 3-meter-high stone foundation. Other than that, there was an open space. John and Barristan stood on the stone steps in front of the king's tower and looked at the head-sized fist marks on the oak door. The giant's roar was getting louder and louder. The blacksmiths on the Great Wall had been climbing up the battlements and looking down. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Eddie and the others were panting as they carried 2 large baskets of chains to the stone steps of the king's tower. The giant finally smashed a hole in the oak door. They saw his furry arms. His grayish-white hair was longer than John's hair. He looked like a long-haired gorilla that was several times bigger. Roar, roar. The giant at the gate shouted excitedly in an ancient language that Danny could not understand. The excited howls of the giants and barbarians echoed in the tunnel. "That's a bit too much." John was worried. "Don't be afraid. Look at their arms. They are so hairy. If they spit dragon flames, they would be burned into a torch." Barristan said. The frost giants that lived in the extreme north had long body hair. Otherwise, how could they survive in such a cold environment? Boom! Wood chips flew. A 4-meter-tall, hairy giant staggered out of the gate. He ran a few steps in the courtyard and fell into the mud. Roar, roar. He did not care about his sorry state. He opened his bloody mouth and laughed wildly. Even Blackie and Little White could hear his pride and joy. Then, bang, the laughter stopped abruptly. As soon as the giant got up from the mud, Blackie, who had been waiting impatiently at the gate, immediately whipped him in the back of the head with his tail. The giant rolled on the ground like a ball and rolled more than 10 meters away. He landed in front of Little White and whipped him with his tail again. Bang! The hairy giant did not even have time to scream before he lay on the ground in a bloody mess. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Danny saw that the giant's head was deflated, and the blood was like a tap that had been opened. She could not help but grit her teeth and said, "Be gentle, Be gentle. Don't kill it. Roar. Another 3.5-meter tall giant rushed out. He only roared once before he looked at the white dragon in front of him and froze. Even if the giant was stunned, Blackie, who was guarding the gate, did not let him go. Bang! The bowling ball moved, but this time it did not hit the giant's head. Its tail hit the giant's back. Therefore, he could still roll on the ground and howl. The night watchers held the chains and hesitated to go forward to tie him up. Don't worry about him. Cripple him first, but force him to kneel and surrender later, Danny shouted. The third one who rushed out was not a giant, but 4 or 5 savages with bronze axes. Surrender, and you will be spared. Baristan shouted with a megaphone on the stone steps. Kill boom. One of the barbarians had a ferocious look on his face. He raised his axe and rushed towards Blackie. Then, a bright red dragon flame poured down from above. The 5 barbarians let out a hurried howl and melted like candles thrown into a steel furnace. Well, the temperature of the black dragon flame was higher than before. The process of Megalosaurus spitting dragon flame was actually casting magic. There was no flamethrower fuel tank in the dragon's stomach. In fact, when they spit dragon flame, their mouths were empty. There was nothing in them. The dragon flame appeared out of thin air in the space between the upper and lower jaws. It was not some kind of chemical liquid that was spat out from the throat. It was a complete magic reaction. When there was a meditation vortex in Blackie's spirit ocean, the magic power changed from disordered to orderly, instinctive to perfect control. Its strength increased several times. 7 gods above, the dragon flame is so scary. Fortunately, it did not directly spray into the city gate. John and the others were stunned by such a horrible scene. Their faces were pale. What kind of monster is this? The savages at the back saw their companions in such a miserable state and quickly stopped. They shrank into the hole and struggled to howl. No, don't use so much force. Don't use too much force. Go back. The giant behind pushed them forward quickly. Chapter 290. There's a monster in front. Don't push. Don't push so hard. Go back. Don't. The barbarians in front struggled with all their might. Their cries were mournful and pitiful, but the giants behind them did not care. They only pushed forward excitedly. Surrender, and you'll be spared. Baristan raised his metal horn and shouted. The barbarian's expression was twisted. He was hesitant. Blackie stuck his head out. The ferocious dragon head occupied the barbarian's entire vision. Sparks were even spewing out of its wine-sized nostrils. I surrender. The barbarians gave up, struggling, and rushed out of the city gate. They threw away their weapons and ran away from Blackie. Eddie, Galen, and a few other night watchers approached them with crossbows. They shouted, "Kneel! Put on the chains." Eddie threw 3 chains used by ordinary prisoners over. Even though there were only 4 night watchers, the 3 barbarians who were scared out of their wits by the Megalosaurus did not resist. They obediently knelt on the ground and picked up the chains hesitantly. A deafening wail came from behind them. When they turned around, they saw the giant King Mark, who was almost 4.5 meters tall, on fire. Thick smoke billowed as he rolled wildly on the ground. That ferocious white monster would whip him with its tail from time to time. Mark's bones cracked, and he cried out in pain. Shivering violently, the 3 barbarians quickly put the chains on each other. Seeing that the giant king was lying motionless in the mud, Danny said to John, "Let the barbarian captives tie up the giants." Just like that, the barbarians and giants lined up to enter the city gate and came out from the other side. The barbarians in front refused to give up until they saw the coffin. They fearlessly rushed toward Blackie. After being melted into candles by the dragon's flames, the barbarians at the back immediately wiped their tears and surrendered when they saw the coffin. The people behind them would rather die than surrender, setting an example for the people behind them. This cycle continued. When it was around dusk, the wide courtyard was already covered with the corpses of the giants. There were a total of 45 of them. They were either broken, charred and smoking, or dead. But regardless of whether they were dead or alive, they were all captured by the barbarians. Their hands and feet were tied with chains. There were even more savages, and the handcuffs used to tie them up were not enough. They could only chase them into the stone prison. There's no one else? After waiting for a while, no savages came out. Danny couldn't help but feel strange and said, "Who wants to go inside and see what the savages are doing?" The barbarian army definitely hadn't retreated. The night watchers on the city wall were still fighting. "I'll go." Toad volunteered himself and stepped on the dirty brown human flesh to refine oil into the city gate. Not long after, he ran out quickly and shouted, "There are still barbarians inside. They seem to know that it is dangerous outside, so they're all hiding there and not moving." Danny raised her head abruptly, and her purple pupils contracted. Under the dusky sky, a goshawk was circling and dancing in the snowflakes. Its figure was sometimes hidden and sometimes present. It was so inconspicuous, yet so eye-catching. Transfiguration. She gritted her teeth and laughed coldly. "Big Black," Danny shouted and ran up the stone steps. She jumped and landed on Big Black's back. Squeak! Puff, puff, puff. Big Black flapped its wings hard, stirring up a gust of wind in the courtyard, and carried Danny up into the sky. Screech! The goshawk was very alert. As soon as the black dragon took off, it let out a long cry and flapped its wings high into the sky. Its speed was getting faster and faster, almost reaching 100 kilometers per hour in 10 seconds. Large pieces of snow were thrown at Danny like small stones. She had to squint her eyes and crawl on Big Black's back. Screech! The night watchers on the city wall saw a black shadow jump up quickly, and the wind stirred up by the turbulent airflow blew away the thin layer of snow on the city wall. Dragon Queen is riding a dragon into the sky. One of the night watchers shouted. Mansford's location is still uncertain. She's going. The one-armed blacksmith's eyes focused. He saw the goshawk flapping its wings wildly in the snow. The megalosaurus is chasing a falcon? The night watchers were puzzled. Screech! The goshawk had flown more than 3,000 meters in the sky, thinking that the snow was blocking the vision of the megalosaurus. He couldn't even see the huge Great Wall below him. However, after circling half a circle, a terrible sense of danger hit him like a real storm. Almost instinctively, he began to drive the goshawk to fall rapidly in the direction of the camp of the savages beyond the Great Wall. Squeak! The megalosaurus roared, and its voice was 100 times louder and more majestic than the giant's howl. The noisy battle cries, the neighing of horses, the mooing of cows, and the whistling of mammoths on the battlefield seemed to have hit the pause button. For a moment, it was so quiet that only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Everyone looked up at the huge black monster in the sky. This is the power of the megalosaurus. The power of the megalosaurus is terrifying. Looking at the black dragon flying freely in the wind, the one-armed tanner seemed to be in a daze. Screech! The goshawk didn't fly to the shapeshifter's side as Danny expected. Or rather, when the black dragon slowed down and followed behind the goshawk, the shapeshifter also guessed the dragon rider's thoughts. The goshawk gave up on the idea of nimbly changing directions to get rid of the megalosaurus. The megalosaurus was much faster and more agile than the goshawk. The heavy draconic aura slowly but surely took over the goshawk's mind, making the shapeshifter and the goshawk want to give up on his pet. But he also understood one thing. For a shapeshifter, having a goshawk as a companion was extremely rare. It was even very likely that this goshawk was the only flying pet he had in his life. So, the goshawk stopped circling around and fell vertically from the sky, as if it had been shot by an arrow. But the megalosaurus was more familiar with this action than the goshawk, and followed closely behind, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a huge arrow that was 2 meters long flew past her slowly. It was so slow that she could grab it with one hand and was completely harmless. But Danny knew that this height was already close to the shooting range of the giant's arrows. Screech, Blackie gracefully glided across the sky in an arc, leaving the giant archer's formation and flying towards the continuous camp at the edge of the forest. Since her trump card had been exposed, then, after closing the distance, Dany hesitated, and the murderous intent in her heart instantly disappeared by 99%. There were about 30,000 savages rushing out of the forest. There were riders on horses and leopards, 100 mammoth riders, more than 300 giants running wildly on the ground with tree trunks in their hands, and dozens of wolf spirits and shapeshifters. There were barbarians from the mountains, sailors from the Aral Sea, cannibal tribes from the Great Glacier, cavemen with dyed faces, chariots pulled by dogs from the frozen coast, and hard-footed people whose feet were like boiled leather. Dany did not hesitate or have the heart to kill these strange savages. But when the Megalosaurus flew to the edge of the forest, there were children around the yurt who were having a snowball fight, women and old people who were collecting firewood in the forest. There were more than 100,000 people, and they were all refugees. "Dracarys," she ordered. Boom! The 20-meter-long dragon flame was like a plow, and it swept across the savages' camp from the east to the west. Mud and snow splashed 2 meters high, and women and children cried as they fled into the depths of the forest. The angry and sorrowful cries of the giants and men came from the battlefield, and the attacking troops immediately collapsed. The cavalry, foot soldiers, and giants gave up on the great wall's gate that they had been guarding for hours and strode towards the camp, towards their wives and children. Looking at the dragon flame column that looked like the fire sword of the gods raging in the camp and the forest and causing a lot of smoke and fire, the night watchers on the great wall were shocked and stunned. This is the Megalosaurus. Even the Prairie of Fury was not as powerful as this, right? One of the night watchers could not help but exclaim. Another night watcher wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a trembling voice, "Fortunately, the Dragon Queen is on our side. I can't imagine what we would do if the Megalosaurus came to attack the Great Wall." It seems, Tanner, the blacksmith, looked for a while and said in confusion, "Her Majesty seems to have avoided the savages' tents, and the dragon flame is all on the open ground." That's right, the dragon flame is not even sweeping in a straight line. Her Majesty has accurately avoided all the tents and savages, an old man said. Behind the battlements, there was a beautifully decorated brass lens from Meyer, which was supported on a tripod. It belonged to Scholar Yamont and was used to observe the stars at night. At this time, the lens was turned downwards. An old night watcher had been investigating the enemy, hoping to find the king of savages, Mance Rayder, in the tents by the forest. Well, John was not familiar with Mance Rayder, but the old night watchers all knew the king of savages. Mance Rayder grew up in the Dark Castle, and 10 years ago, he gave up his oath as a night watcher and went beyond the Great Wall to be a savage. Tanner and a few other night watchers went to the lens and took a closer look. They found that only the forest behind the tents was burning. In the smoke, they could see that the tents were still there. There were no corpses piled up like mountains, and there was not even a single dead person. There were only countless savages running and crying in the mud after the fire. "What is she doing?" the red-nosed old doctor asked in confusion. "The savages are retreating." The prostitute, Zay, pointed at the savages running around and laughed. "No matter what His Majesty thinks, we only lost one unlucky bastard and defeated 100,000 savages. We won." As she spoke, she hugged the night watchers beside her and kissed them. The night watchers were happy to reciprocate. Well, many of them were Zay's benefactors. Every night watcher got a garlic kiss from her. Even the red-nosed old doctor was pressed against a box and kissed a few times. Night in the hall of the Dark Castle. The fireplace was blazing, and the living room was as warm as spring. The wooden table under the chandelier was filled with fragrant food. There were toasted bread, fried salt cod, grilled sausages, sauced beef, yogurt, oatmeal mixed with carrots and bits of turnip. The night watchers, the orphan children of Mole Village, the prostitute Zay, and a few farmers who came to do chores. 40 or 50 people were sitting at the 2 rows of long wooden tables. There was a wooden table placed horizontally at the head of the table. Dany was sitting in the center. On her left and right were Scholar Yemont and Sir Barristan. Together with the three of them were Sir Vinton Stowe and the blacksmith Tanner. Tanner was a blacksmith master and also the acting castellan. Vinton Stowe was of noble birth and had been a ranger for 80 years. He was about the same age as Yemont's master, but he was not as healthy as the old scholar. He was a little retarded. Well, John and Barristan were sitting in the public seats. Scholar Yemont was still very confused about this. He thought that Dany had mistreated her doctor. However, the red-nosed old man was very self-aware. He was embarrassed, but firmly rejected Scholar Yemont's offer of a seat. The old scholar vaguely guessed that there must be something going on, so he did not force it. The blacksmith was a temporary commander, and Sir Stowe was the acting castellan of the Dark Castle. Chapter 291. To Her Majesty. In the wooden hall, all the night watchers stood up, raised their horn cups, and cheered. We were able to defeat the barbarians this time because of everyone's united efforts. To the night watchers and all the villagers who participated in the battle, Dany got up and drank the honey wine in her horn cup. Good. Everyone cheered loudly and finished the strong liquor in their cups. After the opening ceremony of the banquet, everyone opened their arms, ate the meat, drank the wine, and told dirty jokes loudly. They didn't hold back at all because of Queen Dany's presence. After a few drinks, the blacksmith Tanner frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, you didn't burn the barbarians' camp. You won't have a second chance like that." As soon as he said this, the hall immediately quieted down. Yemont, John, and the others all looked at Dany curiously. Dany nodded and said, "Yes, I did plan to burn the barbarian supplies and tents. The barbarians didn't have siege crossbows, and the giant archers were all gathered under the city gate. It was a good opportunity. But when I flew over, I found that except for a few warriors, most of the people in the camp were women, the elderly, and children. I even saw several pregnant women milking the sheep in the pen." She let out a long sigh and said with a complicated expression, "Under such circumstances, how could I do it? It was better to intimidate Man's Red and let him know that he couldn't do it. They're all barbarians. The barbarians didn't let go of our women and children. Last night, the group of Thuns burned all the villages they encountered along the way. Men, children, old people, not a single one was left alive. The women were even more miserable," a night watchman said indignantly. "Along the way, they left behind a trail of blood." "Is that so?" Dany frowned. She first looked at John, then at Yemont. One of them was a spy among the barbarians, and the other had all the information about the Night Watchers. "That's right. Many villages were burned to the ground. Apart from a few farmers who managed to survive, there were almost no survivors," Scholar Eamon said. "I didn't kill anyone. They forced me to kill the Northerners to prove my loyalty. I refused. If it weren't for a wolf that suddenly rushed out, it would have been very difficult for me to escape alive," John said with an ugly expression. "The mole village was burned too. How did the prostitute say?" Dany sighed and said helplessly, "This is a little troublesome. I was planning to recruit Mance Rider and let the barbarians come to the Great Wall for the winter." We're still asking you why you didn't burn the campsite. You're going one step further and planning to let the barbarians cross the Great Wall?" "Absolutely not. If we let the barbarians enter the Northern Territory, then the hundreds of thousands of people..." The one-armed blacksmith slammed his wine cup on the table with a thump. His voice was firm and cold as he said word by word, "We are the Night Watchers. Our duty is to stop the barbarians from invading the South. Your Majesty, if you don't want the people of the Seven Kingdoms to hate you, it's best to abandon this terrible, shameful, crazy idea." Facing the worried gaze of Scholar Yemont, Dany didn't get angry. She just smiled faintly and returned to the previous topic. "Hurting women and children, killing innocent people, is no doubt a terrible and shameful act of beasts. That's why you all hate the barbarians. But when you hate people who have done terrible things, it doesn't mean that you want to do the same to them. If I burn the campsite of the barbarians and burn tens of thousands of barbarian women elders, children, and even most of their living materials, then what's the difference between me and the barbarians that you hate? This. Everyone was stunned. Your Majesty, you're right. Old Yamant smiled with relief. He was so happy that most of the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. Blacksmith Tanner looked at Danny with surprise and suspicion. He awkwardly raised the wine cup that was tilted on the table. "I'm sorry, I'm drunk. Please forgive me for being rude," he said. Danny nodded and continued. "No matter how savage and cruel the barbarians are, they are still human. The question now is, who is our real enemy? Is it not the barbarians?" Eddie asked doubtfully. "The white ghosts." John looked enlightened. He nodded and said, "The barbarians can only threaten the north, but the deviant ghosts can destroy the entire Westeros. We can't even be sure if there are deviant ghosts. Don't you think it's stupid to worry about something that doesn't exist?" The red-nosed old man mocked. "The deviant ghosts are real." John was so excited that his face turned red. The corpses really came back to life. John killed one, and a dozen of us worked together to kill the rest. Galen looked terrified. "We didn't kill it. The corpse was cut into a dozen pieces, but it could still move. Every limb could move independently. We even sent the severed hand to King's Landing. That little bastard didn't believe us at all. He even ignored Sir Elisa until the severed hand completely melted. Without any evidence, the City of Knowledge and King's Landing were even more convinced that we were lying," Eddie cursed. Danny looked at the red-nosed old man and said meaningfully, "Let's go outside the wall tomorrow. If the deviant ghosts are really rampant and force the barbarians to attack the wall, then it shouldn't be too difficult to find them." "Won't the barbarians attack tomorrow?" The one-armed blacksmith frowned. As long as he's not out of his mind, he should give up on the idea of taking down the gate of Dark Castle. If Mans Red is smarter, he should take the initiative to ask the messenger to surrender. He won't surrender voluntarily. He can't surrender. John thought for a moment and explained, "The barbarians are different from us. Every small tribe is like a kingdom, and many of them have generations of blood feuds. Mans Red was able to unite these tribes because he set a common goal for them to invade the Westeros. Nothing is impossible. You said before that the giants are wild and difficult to tame, but now they're still huddled in the stable as captives." 35 giants rushed into Dark Castle, and Danny captured 32 of them. The other 3 giants died because they couldn't save them. Yamant sighed. "Even if the barbarians surrender, we don't have a place to settle them down. And food. We don't even have enough food to survive the winter." "His Majesty has already solved the food problem," Barristan said. "No, sir, I'm not sure yet." Danny shook her head and said strangely, "I'll definitely send some food to the wall, but it's very likely that I won't be able to buy much real food. Well, I'm playing futures, and futures don't equate to real goods." If the Night Watchers want to survive the winter, they have to ask the Seven Dukes and the King's Landing for help. After all, I don't even have a place to stay in the Westeros. They're the real masters. They came in a hurry last night. After dealing with the assault team, the Night Watchers had another thing to do for Scholar Yamant. During the day, they were attacked by the barbarians again, so they didn't have time to talk to the descendants of the Targaryen family. At this time, the treatment of the wounded barbarian captives was left to Dr. Peristan. After dinner, old Yamant carried an oil lamp and went to the gate of the King's Tower with the help of John and Eddie. Danny, wearing a black patterned Shadow Lynx cloak, was sitting on the threshold and looking at the 2 dragons gnawing on a bone at the gate. When they saw someone coming, Blackie and Whitey couldn't help but raise their heads and spit out 2 streams of fire from their nostrils. John and Eddie looked at them in awe, then consciously stepped back, leaving space for the 2 Targaryens. "I can't believe it. It's like a scene from a dream. The dragons are right in front of me. Your Majesty, you've completed the Targaryen family's unattainable dream for hundreds of years. The true dragon has been born once again." The old man leaned on his walking stick. The night wind messed up his sparse white hair, and sparkling tears seeped out of his old eyes. "The way you descended from the sky on the Megalosaurus last night was the most shocking and exciting scene I've seen in the past 100 years. The dragons have really been resurrected. Old Master, I have to say, if you ancestors didn't mess around and left me a few more dragon eggs, I would have probably organized a Megalosaurus army by now. Danny chuckled. Old Yamant was stunned and asked curiously, "How did you hatch a dragon? What's the motto of the Targaryen family?" Danny asked in return. "Blood and fire come from the same source," Old Yamant said without hesitation. "How did you understand this sentence before?" Old Yamant thought for a moment and said, "Conquer the world with blood and fire. The blood of Aegon, the conqueror, flows in the body of every Targaryen." Perhaps that's what the person who came up with this motto meant. But to me, it has another meaning. Blood and fire come from the same source. Blood is made of fire, and fire is the beginning of life. "Oh, what do you mean?" Scholar Yamant asked blankly. "Simply put, hatching a dragon requires fire, but it's not just fire. In essence, hatching a dragon is a form of witchcraft. In the past, the Targaryens relied on two kinds of people to hatch a dragon: the fire wizards and the priests of the seven gods. This is nonsense. The most basic logical question is, if the fire wizards and priests really hatched a dragon, who would the young dragon belong to? Old Yamant frowned and said, "The young dragon will only choose to be a dragon knight when it matures, and only the Targaryens with the blood of the true dragon can tame the Megalosaurus." "Look, I know witchcraft." Blackie sneezed at the right time, and a string of fire snakes shot out from its mouth. The dragon flames did not fly out in a straight line, but instead circled around Danny and changed shape. The old scholar was stunned as he watched the bright red flames turn into a python, then a fire dragon, then a bell, a fire castle. Pythons, fire dragons, bells, and other fiery creations were all vivid and lifelike. Even their scales and surface patterns were clearly visible. They had almost become real fiery creatures. Finally, the dragon flames shrunk into a bright red ball of light the size of an egg and floated above Danny's head. Only the great wizard Valeglia can do this kind of witchcraft. "Do you know anything about the great wizard?" Old Yamant said blankly, "I know a little. The great wizard leads the wizard council and controls the entire world through the magic ball. I am the mother of dragons. These dragons are my children." The difference between the dragon knights that appeared in Targaryen and the mother of dragons is like the difference between the fire wizards who perform at the docks and the great wizard. In your actions of letting the fire wizards and priests hatch a dragon, whether or not it will succeed is another matter. This in itself is giving away the ownership of the Megalosaurus to others. Dragons can only be hatched by themselves. It belongs to whoever hatches it. That's why I can break the restriction of the dragon knights, who can only control one dragon, and all four dragons listen to me. Chapter 292. For Dragons. Old Yamant was shocked. Danny lifted her cloak, took out the warm red dragon egg from her pocket, and smiled at the old man. "The other two help me guard Slaver's Bay, and soon there will be 5. This." The old man looked at the dragon egg covered with fine red scales and was shocked beyond words. "It's about to be born?" Yamant's voice was dry. "About a week." "So fast." Barristan on the side was surprised. The last golden dragon egg was nearly 10 months old. This time, the dragon egg is hatched in less than 20 days? We have to wait for 10 months? Old Yamant smiled bitterly. Igo directly took the dragon egg and put it into the wildfire without delay. Well, Yamant's younger brother Igo, Aegon V, Danny and Rise's grandfather, was the perpetrator of the Midsummer Hall tragedy. Igo prepared 7 dragon eggs, a number of 7 gods, alchemists, fire wizards, and a large number of wildfire jars to hatch the dragon in the Midsummer Hall. What exactly happened at that time? Even Shueching didn't figure out. Some doctors thought that there was a rebellion, and some history doctors characterized it as a wildfire out of control. In short, except for the loss of the 7 precious dragon eggs, Igo, his eldest son and eldest daughter-in-law, Prince Long Fu Lai and Jenny of the Barrenstone City, all died in the fire. Coincidentally, on the day of the tragic death of the First Generation's man, was the day of the birth of the second generation's man, Riga. That's right, Riga was born on the night of the fire in the Midsummer Hall, and he was even born in the Midsummer Hall. Queen Layla also participated in the dragon hatching ceremony. Even more coincidentally, not long after the death of the second generation Riga, the third generation's man, Rob, was born. Are they having a relay race? Or, like the reincarnation of Indra and Ajura's chakra, the soul of the violation of a sacred marriage contract is also constantly reincarnating? Then, who can take over as the fourth generation's man? Well, the man who broke off the engagement must have a prominent background, at least at the level of the seven great dukes. The Northern Pass, the Targaryen Pass. Dany Lys was born before Rob's death, the Hudgian Pass. Wait, it seems that I'd more Tully, Lord of Riverrun, Duke of Hudgian, Rob's uncle, currently imprisoned in Casterly Rock by Jaime, just happened to give birth to a son after Rob's death. This shaking her head, Dany threw away these strange thoughts and said, "The previous 4 dragon eggs all came from Asha. They were all fossilized eggs. This red egg once belonged to Targaryen. It was a dragon egg that was lost 2.5 centuries ago. The embryo inside is still partially alive." While Aemon was deep in thought, she asked again, "Old Master, do you know how the Bravosi obtained this dragon egg?" Bravos? Yes, they're planning to give the dragon eggs to the Volantis people, which means that Bravos must have more than one egg. 2.5 centuries ago, old Ymont pondered. That Bravosi person said it himself. I see, I understand now. The wind blew snowflakes in front of the door. The old scholar could not help but tremble as he pulled the cloak on his shoulders. Dany immediately got up from the stone steps and led the old man to the fireplace in the king's tower. After drinking the warm milk that Barristan handed over, the old scholar sighed and said, "Sigh, I am old now. Back then I was immersed in stargazing on the Great Wall. I did not even realize that a night had passed. Do you know Princess Rhaenyra?" There are many people named Rhaenyra. Which one are you talking about?" "The granddaughter of Aegon the Conqueror, the eldest daughter of Aerys I, and the elder sister of the king of Rhaenyra, Jaehaerys I. So, it is her." Dany suddenly understood. Rhaenyra was also a legendary, weird princess, a fanatic social butterfly. The number of husbands, bestie, and friend she had was staggering. Princess Rhaenyra had a good friend named Eliza from the Farman family on Fairy Island. The two of them were very close, but Eliza loved sailing and hoped to become a navigator to explore the Sunset Sea. However, Princess Rhaenyra was unwilling to let her leave, thinking that it would tear their relationship apart. Not long after, Eliza chose to leave. Before she left, she stole 3 dragon eggs from Princess Rhaenyra. Now that I think about it, Miss Eliza must have sold the dragon eggs to the Bravosi and used the money to buy a ship to explore the Sunset Sea. At that time, His Majesty Jaehaerys even secretly mobilized all forces, waiting for any force other than the Targaryen family to hatch a dragon before he immediately launched the War of Dragons. This matter was even recorded in the Targaryen family history in the royal library. After Jaehaerys I, a few kings had been wary of this matter. The old man let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. As expected, what will come will come. After waiting for 250 years, Your Majesty has finally arrived. 3 dragon eggs in exchange for a ship. There is nothing more extravagant than this. Dany's eyes flashed and she sneered. I'm afraid that Eliza was also used by someone. The Bravosi's desire for dragons is beyond your imagination. In the City of Knowledge, I met a faceless one who came to the Westeros at least 3 years ago. At that time, I had not even hatched a dragon yet. That guy stole the key of the head doctor and sneaked into the City of Knowledge's library to look for information related to dragons, especially information related to hatching dragons. I even suspect that he had already explored the Alchemist Guild and the Royal Library. This, old Yimont's face wrinkled, and he said worriedly, even a faceless one was involved. The Bravosi were determined to get it. I guess that everyone in the world had a desire for dragons, but I did not expect that the Bravosi had already made their move 200 years ago. At that time, the Targaryens had more than a dozen dragons. Dany shook her head and sighed. It was probably because the Targaryens had hatched Megalosaurus one after another. In just a few decades, they had multiplied from 3 Megalosaurus to 18 Megalosaurus. I can even understand their concerns. Not to mention 18 Megalosaurus. As long as half of the Megalosaurus formed a team of Dragon Knights, it would be enough to wipe out the 9 free trade city-states and restore Valeglia's heyday when it dominated the world. Only the Megalosaurus can deal with the Megalosaurus. It is not surprising that the Bravosi made the first move. It is very wise and decisive. We have never thought of ruling the world. Old Yamant mumbled. This is if you do not take what is given, you will be punished. Dany smiled bitterly and asked the old scholar, I have always had a question. For a mere Iron Throne, the Targaryens did not hesitate to launch the dance of the blood dragons. But why did those stupid ancestors never think of riding the dragons to the neighboring continent of Ursos to take over a piece of land and build their own Iron Throne? I don't know. Maybe we have been assimilated into this continent and have completely regarded ourselves as Westeros, unwilling to leave our homeland. The old man looked at Dany meaningfully. They're different from you. You have been wandering around since you were young. I am afraid you do not have such deep feelings for the Red Keep, the King's Landing, and the Seven Kingdoms. This is not a matter of deep feelings. Dany shook her head. For the family, the Iron Throne can only support 3 dragons at most, 1 for the king and 1 for the queen, and another for the crown prince. If the extra Megalosaurus is not exported, it will inevitably lead to internal friction. On the contrary, if the Targaryens are allowed to spread throughout the world, even if usurpers inevitably occur, the Targaryens will not have to bear the threat of extinction. For the Westeros themselves, the less games there are for the Iron Throne, the better. The Targaryens and the Seven Dukes are having fun, but the people are the ones who suffer. Look at the tragic state of the Seven Kingdoms after the rebellion of the 4 princes. Dany Rise, you are wiser and more benevolent than us, than the Targaryens of the past. As powerful players, they simply do not see the lowly commoners in the mud. Old Yamant looked at Dany with a complicated expression. There was relief, sadness, and also longing for the future. Dong dong dong. Jon's voice came from outside the door. Master Yamant, your majesty, a messenger crow has flown in from the Shadow Tower. Barristan got up from the wooden chair with a fur cushion, opened the oak door, and welcomed Jon in with a thin layer of snow on his head. You're still keeping watch at the door? The White Knight asked. Jon stood at the door and shook off the white snow on his black wool cloak. He said casually, I'm not lonely with 2 dragons accompanying me. Most people can't even see a real dragon, even if they want to. Barristan looked at him strangely. You're brave. You saw the Megalosaurus burning the barbarians in the afternoon, and now you're not afraid at all. Jon smiled and did not say that not only was he not afraid, but he was also excited. He walked straight to the fireplace and handed a scroll as thick as a thumb to Scholar Yamant. The old scholar opened it and read for a while. He frowned and said, Commander Bowen Maxey encountered a group of 300 barbarians led by the Weeper at the Skull Bridge. Although the enemy was defeated, we lost more than 100 brothers. The commander was seriously injured and is receiving treatment in the Shadow Tower. Bowen Maxey was originally the chief affairs officer of the Night Watchers. When Elder Bear passed away and the new commander of the Night Watchers was chosen, he was appointed as the acting commander. Where is the Skull Bridge? Dany asked with a frown. The Grand Canyon beyond the Great Wall. We fell into a trap, didn't we? The main force was transferred away from Dark Castle, giving up the advantageous terrain of the Great Wall to fight the barbarians outside the Great Wall. Dany sighed. Yes, Men's Red sent small groups of enemies to harass the Great Wall at the east and west ends. To prevent the barbarians from crossing the Great Wall and entering the north, Commander Maxey had no choice but to clear the barbarians near the Great Wall. The Great Wall is too long and the Night Watchers are too few. It's impossible to monitor the entire 500-kilometer area. According to the usual practice, It's better to take the initiative than to defend passively, the old scholar explained. Haha, since you know that the king of savages is Man's Red, and that Man's Red is familiar with all the fighting habits of the Night Watchers, why do you still follow the old rules? If it wasn't for Broken Palm Colin being smart enough, if it wasn't for Jon Snow being loyal enough, if it wasn't for Yurbert's love for him, if it wasn't for these almost unrepeatable accidents happening at the same time, the barbarians would have crossed the Great Wall and swept through the north. Dany shook her head and smiled. In her eyes, the offensive and defensive battle between Man's Red and the Night Watchers was like a chicken pecking at chickens. Starting from Old Mormont, the Night Watchers had made a few fatal mistakes. Man's Red had a powerful source of soldiers, but he was unable to create a regular army with basic military training. Of course, this had nothing to do with Mansford's intelligence. His situation was very similar to that of the original Dany Rise. He was a child of a savage who was adopted by the Night Watchers and raised as a ranger from a young age. He had never received any formal military education. Yes, the Night Watchers only trained soldiers, and their officers were all from noble families of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 293. Jon, do you know why I chased after that goshawk in the afternoon? Shapeshifter. Jon nodded and stroked the scar on his cheek with a complicated expression. In fact, I know it. It used to belong to Oriel. I killed him, and his hawk scratched my face. I heard that the 6'4" man, Valamir, inherited that hawk. The 6'4" man, Valamir, does he have 5 pets? Dany asked in surprise. Plus Oriel's hawk. Maybe we should call him the 7'4" man. 3 wolves, a shadow lynx, and a snow bear the size of a cottage. He is almost the strongest shapeshifter among the barbarians. Dany was speechless. Not only was he the strongest shapeshifter among the barbarians, but even in the whole world, that guy named Valamir had few opponents. Well, before the bug in Stark's family was born. Like Bran, he was definitely stronger than the 6'4" man. Not to mention Bran, even Jon was afraid of the 6'4" man, Valamir, because his talent was not even half of Jon's. How many shapeshifters are there among the barbarians? Barristan asked. At least 20, but they're not as strong as Valamir and can only control 1 pet. The strong ones can tame the shadow lynx, and the weak ones can only find a goat or a wild boar as companions. White Knight's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, 20. 7 gods above, even a shadow lynx or a sparrow, if used flexibly, can change the final direction of a war. Before Dany and Robb appeared, the old man might not have had such worries. But he had personally experienced the Battle of Slaver's Bay and knew that information asymmetry alone could cause one side to be in a passive state, and a suppression of powerful legendary creatures on warhorses and workhorses would further increase this disadvantage. Even if the shapeshifter only controlled a sparrow, he could still sneak into the enemy's castle and eavesdrop on the commander's battle plans and the deployment of troops. How frightening was the advantage of having a complete grasp of the opponent's information? Not all. Dany shook her head disapprovingly. 1 shapeshifter out of 1,000 followers of the old gods. 1 green prophet out of 1,000 shapeshifters. There are about 140,000 savages outside the city. Only a dozen shapeshifters are considered few. Jon hesitated. The northern region also believes in the old gods, but why have I never heard of the shapeshifters? Dany looked at him and chuckled. Riding a horse to find horse. Aren't you a wolf spirit? I'm not. Jon waved his hand and hurriedly denied, as if the Dragon Queen was slandering him as a villain or a monster. You're instinctively denying your own essence. Jon, I understand that shapeshifters have been demonized by the Undulls and the City of Knowledge. You don't want to be treated as a monster. But as a follower of the old gods, denying yourself in shapeshifters is equivalent to cursing out loud that the old gods are evil gods. The Hexomorph Valamir is the strongest shapeshifter among the savages. But I heard from the savages that when he was a child, he controlled the hunting dog at home to kill his own brother. He committed the crime of kinslaying. When he grew up, He took away his master's wolf, house, and territory. It's more hateful than breaking a sacred oath. He controlled a dozen villages nearby with his force. Anyone who dared to resist his rule would be torn apart by the wolves. He also used the shadow lynx to plunder the women in the villages, according to his majesty. The gift of shapeshifters comes from the blessings of the old gods. Why would the old gods bless such an evil person? John said agitatedly. He agreed with Danny's statement. The shapeshifters were related to the belief of the old gods. But among the shapeshifters he had seen, none of them were good. Could it be that the old gods he believed and loved evil people? John, you misunderstood me. Danny gave Barristan a few instructions and explained, the gift of shapeshifters is the power of their blood. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the old gods. It's just that in the old gods' belief, shapeshifters have the same status as priests. You can question the character of a shapeshifter, but there's no need to deny the profession system of the old gods' priests. Just like the Church of the Seven Gods, there are no less despicable archbishops than shapeshifters. But I believe in the seven gods, and it doesn't affect my pride and my identity as a bishop. Another simple example, I have the gift of witchcraft, but Sir Barristan doesn't. If both of us believe in the Light King at the same time, I don't need to be devout to become the Red God priest with mysterious power. But he doesn't have any power, even if he's devout. Because he doesn't have the gift, his status in the Red God temple is far lower than mine. Old Yemont said, thoughtfully, this explanation is very clear and objective. To be honest, I've always been biased against shapeshifters. John's expression softened. He nodded silently and agreed with Danny's statement. He hesitated and said, then what should I do? Let's test your talent first. As they were talking, Barristan came back from the top of the tower with a long wooden box in his hand. Danny took the wooden box and opened it. She took out an obsidian crystal with silver-gray stripes and inserted it into the round hole at the bottom of the wooden box. She said to John, this is a glass candle. Try it and see how long it takes to light it. How do I light it? John dragged a chair to the side of the table and looked at the obsidian crystal curiously. Is this a dragon's heart? I found a package beyond the Great Wall with dozens of dragon's heart daggers. Yemont said slowly, dragon's heart is what the people call obsidian. The people of Alleglia call it frostfire. The reserves of dragon heart on Dragonstone Island are huge. The Iron Throne can be put aside for now, but I must take Dragonstone Island immediately. That's the Targaryen land. Danny emphasized. What happens after that? Does His Majesty have soldiers stationed there? Yemont asked worriedly. What do you think of Tidehead Island's Valerian and Crab Island Satyr? Danny asked. As long as you appear in front of them on a dragon, their loyalty will not be a problem. However, during the rebellion of the Four Princes, they followed Stannis to King's Landing and suffered heavy losses. Tidehead Island only has a young count who is less than 10 years old. Count Satyr himself was defeated and captured. Duke Tywin put him under house arrest at King's Landing. I don't know if he has returned to Crab Island. 100 guards are enough. I have a dragon. Who would dare to attack Dragonstone Island with ships? Danny said confidently. You're not going back to Slaver's Bay? Sigh, it's only 7,000 kilometers in a straight line. With Dragonstone Island's strategic location, it can't even last 3 days, right? Old Yemont was stunned and asked doubtfully. You're communicating with Dragonstone Island through magic? Yes, glass candle. Professor Marwyn has already pledged his loyalty to me. Not only is he a professor of the City of Knowledge, he's also a magician. Magician Marwyn? Old Yemont had a strange expression. I know. He has a bad reputation in the City of Knowledge. Right. What's up with Professor Barristan? I noticed that your relationship with him is a little complicated. The old scholar asked again. Just as Danny was about to explain the City of Knowledge's conspiracy to the old scholar, a silver-gray ball of light suddenly filled her vision. Then, it suddenly exploded and the light was extinguished. John shouted in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, Aye. The obsidian lit up. I didn't touch it, and it suddenly lit up. This, the legend, is true. Glass candles can really light up out of thin air. Old Yimont said in disbelief. Danny looked at John seriously for a while and said slowly, "You lit up the candle in less than half an hour. Jon Snow, you are very talented. The faster you light up the glass candle, the more talented you are." Jon was proud and could not help but grin. He asked, "Your Majesty, how long did it take you?" "One look." Danny lifted her chin slightly and said lightly, "What do you mean?" "I only took one look at it, and the candle lit up steadily and persistently. The light was so bright and dazzling that even people a dozen miles away could see the strange phenomenon clearly. In the end, even the gods were shocked and came to the mortal world." Danny's tone was calm, but Jon and Yimont's faces were distorted. The corners of their mouths were twitching, and their eyes were saying, "Keep bragging, keep bragging. Whoever believes you is an idiot." She raised her eyebrows and asked, "You don't believe me? It's too exaggerated. It's completely unrealistic. I can't believe it, even if I wanted to." Old Yimont smacked his lips and said fairly. Barristan said seriously, "It's true. I was there at the time and even had a great battle with the gods. At first, I was ready to rush up and kill him. Fortunately, Her Majesty stopped me." What the old knight meant was, if I had rushed up, I would have been done for. It's all thanks to Her Majesty, the Queen's wisdom, that I am still alive to talk to you. But in the eyes of Jon and Yimont, the once fearless and upright Barristan had gone astray. Not only was he a bootlicker, but he was also bragging without any bottom line. He was crazy about himself. Kill the gods. Most people would not dare to brag about this, but this legendary Iron Guard said it without batting an eyelid. Jon decided not to expose the two of them. After all, they were big shots. He changed the topic and asked, "Do I need to learn witchcraft?" Most shapeshifters communicate with animals instinctively. As long as you don't resist the identity of the wolf spirit, it should be easy to find your dire wolf. As for the meditation of shapeshifters, there must be some, but I don't know how to do it. At this point, Danny had a thought and smiled strangely. "Did you receive any information from the glass candle? There are some strange runes." Jon said thoughtfully, "You could try to cultivate. Don't go out to guard the door tonight. Just stay in the hall. I'll lend you the glass candle." Jon, on the other hand, thought that the Dragon Queen had passed on her ultimate tone to him. He hurriedly replied happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He wondered what would happen if the child of prophecy became a shadow binder. "Your Majesty, I see that you can communicate with the Megalosaurus without any hindrance. Are you a shapeshifter too?" Barristan asked curiously. "No. A shapeshifter is a human soul that enters the body of an animal and controls the body of a companion pet. No matter what the pet's will is, its body is completely human, just like a human turning into another form. I control Blackie by giving him instructions. He can fully understand me, but he always maintains his independent will. It's like when I ask you to do something, you can fully understand it, but it's up to you whether you want to do it or not. You can listen, or refuse, or even disobey. Also, my soul can't enter the body of a wolf, a shadow lynx, or other beasts. I can't control other animals except for dragons." Shapeshifters sound evil. Jon frowned. The profession is neutral. Whether you're evil or good depends on what you do. "My dear nephew, when you become a shadow binder, you'll understand how pure and kind the shapeshifters are." The next morning, the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The sun shone on the earth, and the sky was clear blue. The Great Wall was like a huge crystal standing between heaven and earth, reflecting a beautiful, colorful halo. What made the Night Watchers even happier was that the barbarian army did not attack again as Danny expected. However, under the Queen's insistence, the Night Watchers reluctantly released a barbarian captive. The barbarian took away a sheepskin scroll with the seal of a three-headed dragon. On it was written the Dragon Queen's request for a negotiation between the Night Watchers, the barbarians, and the Dragon Queen. Since the weather was clear and the visibility was high, Danny rode Blackie to the depths of the Great Wall after breakfast. She maintained an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, preparing to search for the legendary other ghosts. Chapter 294. Screech. Blackie whizzed over the savages' tents, blocking the golden sunlight and casting a huge shadow. Ah, the devil dragon. The devil dragon is here. A spear-wielding woman milking a goat, a man in animal skin chopping firewood, a butcher slaughtering fat pigs. Even Man's Red, who had walked out of his tent to ponder over the contents of the Dragon Queen's letter, looked up and saw the black dragon circling in the blue sky. His expression changed drastically. There were children wailing and crying, mothers calling for them urgently, barbarians swearing and pulling their bows with all their might, shooting arrows into the sky that were as fast as shooting stars, but were weak and powerless. There were giants beating their chests and roaring into the sky with their spears, and there were mammoths letting out long howls that were as loud and clear as a siren. But none of these affected Danny under the blue sky. The golden fingers of the rising sun reached into the hazy white fog in the early morning. The vast ghost forest was in full view in front of her. In addition to the tall oaks, soldier pines, and iron trees, there were also many rivers and lakes embedded in the forest. The surface of the rivers was covered with a layer of ice and snow, reflecting golden light under the sun. In the silent forest, there were few birds and beasts, and there was no sound of flowing water. Except for the whistling of the wind caused by high-speed movement, Danny could not hear anything. She could not help but pat Blackie's back. Their minds were connected. The black dragon drew an arc downward and brushed past the treetops lightly. Kacha, kacha! The sharp treetops bent and bounced up again, shaking off the snow, but there was still no sound of animals below. Are all the animals hiding? Are they all dead? Danny murmured, but she did not dare to continue. If the Night King threw an ice crystal javelin out of the forest, she would be in big trouble. Blackie quickly pulled up and once again entered the safe altitude of 1,000 meters. After circling the ghost forest, Danny did not find any deviant ghosts or zombies. She continued north. The trees on the ground became thinner and thinner. The sun was not weak, but the air was getting colder. After flying for 7 or 8 hours, Lin Luoran has circled the area within 1,000 kilometers of the Great Wall. Deviant ghosts seem to be afraid of sunlight and hide. Danny doesn't find any of them. However, she did not come out empty-handed. The snowy scenery beyond the Great Wall was magnificent, and the terrain was complex and changeable. She swam freely in the undulating valleys, slid across the freezing lake, raced with the shadow lynx in the snowfield, and competed with the white-headed goshawk in the sky. Danny had a sense of freedom, as if a divine dragon was roaming the ninth heaven. Especially in the windy Sound Gorge, the gorge was deep and narrow. Sometimes, Blackie would turn its body sideways, its wings scraping the rocks on both sides of the gorge, causing snow to swirl in the air. Sometimes it would lower its altitude to avoid the thick and long, sparkling icicles above its head. Sometimes it would spit out dragon flames to clean up the vines and rock trees that were hanging on the ice. Sometimes the space was too small, so Blackie had no choice but to leap out of the gorge and fly parallel to the mountain ridge. Danny clenched the bone spurs on the dragon's back tightly. Sometimes she would cry out nervously. It was her first time playing with such a complicated flight path, and it was especially exciting. Ah, Megalosaurus, it's really the Megalosaurus. The true dragon has been resurrected. Blackie approached the Great Wall. A large group of night watchers in black huddled by the battlements and shouted excitedly. Some of them even knelt down on the wall. Compared to when they left in the morning, there were dozens more night watchers on the wall. Hiss! Blackie swept past the cheering crowd and flew south for a distance before flapping its broad wings and landing in front of the King's Tower. The main force of the Night Watchers is back, Danny asked as she looked at the curious Night Watchers in the yard. Baristan came over and said, "The Night Watchers of the Shadow Tower sent Bo and Maxie back. The Night Watchers who were patrolling the east are also back. This is Her Majesty Danny, Liz Targaryen." Old Yemont shouted to the Night Watchers in the yard. Danny jumped off the dragon's back and came to the stone steps. Nearly 200 Night Watchers in black either put down their work or came out of the tower the stable, the smithy, and the main hall after hearing the noise. They looked at the megalosaurus beside Danny curiously and fearfully. After a moment of hesitation, some of them knelt down and saluted. With someone taking the lead, more and more people knelt down. Soon almost everyone was shouting, "Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the true dragon!" The Night Watchers were shocked by the appearance of Targaryen and felt that the arrival of the legendary Megalosaurus was like a dream to them. However, they quickly accepted the reality. Other than peeking at the black dragon sleeping on the stone steps from time to time, they did not stop working. Danny looked around and asked, "Did Whitey go hunting?" "He flew to the forest in the east not long after you left," Barristan said. "Your Majesty, let me introduce." Old Yamant led a few Night Watchers over. Other than the one-armed tanner, Danny did not know any of them. "This is Bowen Maxey, the Commander-in-Chief and also our General Affairs Officer," Old Yamant said as he pointed at a red and fat bandaged man who looked like a red pomegranate. Maxey's waist was injured, so he wrapped a thick white cloth under his woolen cloak. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The pomegranate man saluted cautiously. "Sir Dennis Mallister, the Commander-in-Chief of the Shadow Tower. Thank you for coming to the Wall's aid, Your Majesty." He was a man in his 60s with a white beard. He was tall and strong, with a red face and a loud voice. His eyes shone brightly. He was similar to Barristan. Count Janos Slint, a short and strong man with a double chin, looked at Danny with a twinkle in his eyes. "Count Slint?" Danny raised an eyebrow and said strangely, "Count Slint, you helped Lannister kill Ed Stark and killed Robert's 13 illegitimate children for Cersei. You must be Lannister's most trusted aide. I have a question that I don't understand. Can I ask you?" The man with the double chin blushed and stammered. Your Majesty, I'm not that close to Lannister. I've already put on the black cloak. You can't punish me for my relationship with Lannister." Where's the courage you had when you beheaded Ed Stark in front of St. Basil's Cathedral?" Danny sneered. "The person who beheaded the Prime Minister was Island Pine. All you did was pin Eddard Stark to the ground so that Island Pine could behead him with his sword," Barristan said coldly. Slint was about to argue when he suddenly realized something and emphasized, "Your Majesty, Danny, rise. Ed Stark and Robert are the main culprits who stole your father's throne. I don't care about your rotten past. Like you said, put on the black cloak and let bygones be bygones." Danny waved her hand and said unhappily, "I just want to ask, as Lannister's most trusted aide, can you answer my question? Why did Joffrey change his mind?" Lannister promised Ed that as long as he admits his crimes and puts on the black cloak, he will let him and his daughter go back to the north. That way, the lion and the wolf won't fight. It's the best choice for both of them. About that, Slint was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when his expression became troubled again. Seeing Yamant and the other Night Watchers' curious expressions and a monster behind the Dragon Queen looking at him hungrily, he gritted his teeth and said, "Littlefinger spent 6,000 gold royals to buy me over to Ed Stark. In order to deceive Stark and make him think that everything is under control, Littlefinger and I have already sided with the Queen Dowager. Or rather, I was Queen Cersei's subordinate from the very beginning. The money should have been refunded. After all, it was just an act. But Littlefinger came to me and told me his worries. He and I have betrayed the Prime Minister. When I'd return to the north, he might not do anything to Lannister, but he will definitely take revenge on us two insignificant people." Then he told me, "By the seven gods, that guy's really smart. He completely understood Joffrey's personality and knew that he would definitely go back on his word. Littlefinger told me to get rid of Ed and Stark as soon as King Joffrey gave the order, especially Cersei and Varys, before anyone could react. That money became my service fee. That's how it is. So Littlefinger really..." Barristan was shaken and had a complicated expression. He remembered what Danny said to Catelyn back at the Brotherhood's base in Hajin. Danny nodded calmly and said to old Yamant, "Continue. There are still a few nights." "What?" "Oh." Yamant finally recovered from the big melon and continued to introduce Elisa Thorne and Glendon Hewitt of the East Watch. As mentioned before, the commanders of the Night's Watch were all knights. They were all of noble birth, well-educated, and had high military skills. After the few of them exchanged greetings, Dany was puzzled to find that her guard, Jon, was nowhere to be seen. Without waiting for her to ask, Ymont said, "Since your majesty is back, please come with us to Judge Jon Snow." Judge? What crime did Jon Snow commit? Dany was surprised. Your majesty, the bastard killed the brothers of the Black and joined the wildlings, Sir Elisa Thorne said enthusiastically. In the wooden hall of Dark Castle, the chairs were pulled away, leaving a large empty space in the center. Jon Snow knelt on the cold wooden floor with his head down. Under the light of the fireplace, he looked angry and frustrated. There was a long wooden table at the head of the table, and Slint sat in the middle. Beside him were Ymont and head Steward Marcy. The other knights also sat behind the table. Dany did not sit with them. The king had the right to know the truth about the internal affairs of the Night's Watch, but he could not directly interfere. She and Barristan sat by the fireplace, with Peristan and a dozen other Night's Watch beside them. Bastard, you killed Colin. The wildlings can testify to this. They saw you slit your commander's throat with their own eyes. Do you deny it? Gino Slint asked sternly. Jon argued, I'm a spy. Colin told me that no matter what the wildlings wanted me to do, I was not to disobey. I had to do it. Then he told me to kill the wildlings for his trust, and I did it. Who knows you're a spy? Colin's severed palm. He told me to do it. He's dead. He died by your hands. Sir Elise's excitement could be felt even by the Night's Watch who was watching the trial. Do you think there's a turnip on my neck? You've said all the good and bad things. If I were a traitor, I wouldn't have gone back to Dark Castle to tell everyone to be on guard, Jon said angrily. Chapter 295. I told everyone to be on high alert. I killed countless barbarians with my own hands. I'm not a traitor. Yes, thanks to Jon's reminder. He fought bravely and never showed mercy to the barbarians. One-armed Tanner nodded. Sir Alliser shook his head and pointed at Jon. That is because Her Majesty the Queen is here. Even a fool would not surrender to the barbarians after seeing the Megalosaurus. You know that the barbarians have been exposed. With so many villagers escaping to Dark Castle, Scholar Ymont and Master Tanner are not stupid. They must have been alerted. You pretended to be a spy for the Night Watchman, but you were actually planning to help the barbarians infiltrate Dark Castle. When the time was right, you would deal the fatal blow to the black-clothed brothers. Unfortunately, the gods protected the Westeros. Her Majesty the Queen descended from the heavens. You had no chance. You could only make the most beneficial choice for yourself, continue to be a spy. My father is the Duke of Winterfell. My uncle is a Night Watchman. I am from the north. Jon screamed with a twisted face. Why should I surrender to the barbarians? You are a bastard, a bastard. Slint slammed the table and shouted back even louder. You are only the bastard son of the Duke of Winterfell. Ed Stark is a traitor. Before King Robert's body was even cold, he attacked his son, cough, cough. Sir Alliser covered his forehead and coughed lightly. Unfortunately, Slint was too agitated and said all the things he should not have said. Cough, cough, cough. Slint also coughed violently. The hall was dead silent. He finally reacted. Lannister was still sitting on the Iron Throne, but the one sitting beside him was the Dragon Queen. Crazy King Aerys. I betrayed his majesty and murdered Prince Rhaegar and his children. Ed Stark is not a good person. You are his bastard, even worse. Your mixed blood induced you to get close to the savages and sleep with the female savages. You even admitted that you loved her before. In order to live happily with the savage bitch forever, it was natural for you to seek refuge with the savages, because the Night Watchers can't marry. Dany interrupted. The fact that Stark helped the usurper start a rebellion cannot be used as evidence of his crimes. You don't have to worry about me. Let's just talk about the facts. Slint nodded and bowed. Jon looked at her with a complicated expression. She continued, But don't say anything that's too ridiculous. Even a fool knows how close-eyed Stark and Robert are. He would never betray his sworn brother. The gratitude in Jon's eyes grew stronger. He didn't care how they treated him, but he couldn't stand the slander about his father. Your Majesty, I didn't say that Lord Ide betrayed Robert's king. He betrayed Robert's son. Slint's chin trembled. His expression was firm. Ide tampered with Robert's will, intending to remove Joffrey from the throne and usher in Stannis on the Iron Throne. I swear he told me that himself. Ide was also pitiful. He supported Stannis' succession to the throne and didn't hesitate to break off relations with Cersei. But how did Erlu repay Stark? Without a second word, without the slightest hesitation, he cast the Great Curse technique on his son, Robb, cursing to death the man who broke off the engagement with the third-generation head. Joffrey is the bastard son of the Kingslayer and Queen Cersei. My father knows of this, Jon said loudly. You dare to slander the queen? Slint was furious. Ahem. Ser Alliser covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Slint stole a glance at Dany. He sighed in relief when he saw that her expression was normal. But with this interruption, he was at a loss for words. Ser Alliser took over the conversation and scolded Jon loudly. I've seen through your evil heart. There are more than 100,000 savages, 400 to 500 giants. But the Night Watchers lost all their elites at Fist Peak, leaving only a few hundred old and weak. You believed that Manslade would eventually cross the wall and kill us all, so you sought refuge with the savages. The evidence is conclusive. Jon Snow pleaded guilty. I'm not guilty. Jon met Ser Alliser's gaze coldly. His Majesty has captured so many savages. You can ask around and see if they know that I'm a spy for the savages in Dark Castle. Bring in the prisoners. Soon, a dozen savage leaders were brought into the hall. Among them was Ygritte the Firekiss. What? Jon, you didn't betray me. You're a spy. Who gave you this mission? You should have told me earlier. I shouldn't have shot you with an arrow. Hearing Ser Alliser's question, Ygritte's eyes widened in surprise and a little resentment. Was this guy really stupid, or was he high enough to defend his lover? Ser Alliser's face darkened as he continued to ask the next savage. But they either didn't know, or they were spouting nonsense. Their words were contradictory and illogical. Oh, I see. Ser Alliser's face suddenly brightened. Who would have thought, Jon Snow, he said, that you hold such a high place in Mansford's heart? To protect you, he hid your identity as a spy from almost all the wildlings. Dany laughed inwardly at his imagination. Jon's face contorted, his eyes almost spitting fire. Don't glare at me. I completely understand Manslade's thoughts. He's not a simple savage. He knows how useful Stark can be in conquering the North. It's normal for him to protect you, Ser Alliser said with a smug and vicious smile. Well, now that the truth is out, Jon Snow, what do you have to say? Slint concluded. Manslade doesn't care that I'm Stark's illegitimate son. He wants to invade the North by force. The savages all know, Jon shouted, craning his neck. Slint said sophistry. Do you think we have turnips on our necks? That will be deceived by your lies? Men, hang Chameleon Jon immediately. Wait, Count Slint, Scholar Yemont said respectfully, but his expression was ugly. You can judge Jon, but before you carry out the sentence, please ask His Majesty's opinion on the outcome of the case. Everyone in the hall looked at Dany. Is Count Slint the commander-in-chief? Dany asked. No, since he's not the commander-in-chief. How can he be Jon Snow's chief judge? Scholar Yemont frowned and said with some difficulty, Count Slint has the highest rank, but I remember putting on the black robes and abandoning my previous identity. The old man wanted to say that this was an unspoken rule, but there were so many Night Watchers in the room. Wouldn't they be disappointed if he said that? The old man sighed and asked helplessly, What do you think should be done, Your Majesty? Since the Commander-in-Chief is voted for by all the Night Watchers, Jon Snow's final trial should also be decided by all the Night Watchers before the official Commander-in-Chief is born. Tell the Black brothers the full testimony of the accused and let them vote. Yes, only the 30 or so people who stayed in Dark Castle that day need to vote. As the parties involved, they suffered greatly from the savages and will not side with John. As comrades who went through life and death together, they will not wrong him. The old man looked at Bowen Maxey. You are the acting mayor. What do you think? Yes. Red Pomegranate nodded without hesitation. Your Majesty's suggestion is reasonable and fair. Count Slint? The old man asked again. Yes. The short man with the double chin nodded unwillingly. The higher-ups of the night watchers in the courtroom were questioned one by one. No matter what they thought, they could not find a reason to refute. Finally, the old scholar looked at John, who was standing below. What do you think? John looked at Danny gratefully and nodded. No matter what the result is, I will accept it. After that, more than 30 men in black entered the wooden hall. Even the prostitute from Mole Village, 3 kilometers away, was invited to listen to John's self-defense and Elise's and Slint's accusations. After a few hours, the sun had set and the sky had turned a deep shade of indigo. Danny held a long-necked clay pot in her left hand and a fat white porcelain bottle in her right hand. She turned them upside down for everyone to see before placing them on the table in front of her. One by one, the night watchers stepped forward and tossed the coins in their hands into the bottles. Yes, everyone was given a copper coin and a silver coin. They put their hands into the pot and threw in a coin. A copper coin meant that John was guilty. A white silver coin meant that he was innocent. Air could also be thrown in for abstention. Finally, the rest of the coins were thrown into the bottle. Even old Yimont lined up and threw a coin into the pot. The voting process was completed quickly. Danny did not let John wait. Under his nervous gaze, she poured the coins out of the pot on the table. With just a glance, John let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Elisa and Slint's faces were ashen. They pursed their lips and did not say anything. There were only 1 or 2 copper coins scattered in the silver. However, Danny did not immediately declare John innocent. She poured out the coins from a bottle on the other side and let Barristan count the 2 piles of coins. About 3 minutes later, the White Knight said, the total number of copper and silver coins is neither more nor less. No one abstained. With 34 votes to 2, Jon Snow is innocent. Everyone believes that he did not betray the Night Watchers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. John's eyes were red as he said excitedly to the Night Watchers around him. You have been fighting on the front line. I even saw you drag your lame leg and shoot 3 savages to death. You are definitely not a chameleon who is afraid of death. The prostitute Slint laughed. Your Majesty, even if he is not a chameleon, his affair with a female savage can't be fake, right? Elisa shouted. Danny waved her hand and said casually, this broken place is already bitter and cold enough. As long as it doesn't affect work, drinking and finding women are not a problem. But the oath, the matter between men and women, is human nature. Danny interrupted him and said indifferently, I don't encourage everyone to break the oath, but how many Night Watchers' brothers voluntarily put on the black clothes? Voluntarily take the oath of the Night Watchers? I give the highest respect to noble people who pursue honor, but for more ordinary people, as long as they do their job honestly, even if they make small mistakes, it is tolerable. If the Night Watchers don't look for women, how can we do business? The prostitute Slint muttered. Danny glanced at her. She wanted to ask if she had entertained this Sir Elisa, but it was not convenient for her to say such frivolous words. Chapter 296. Knight, how many gold royals do we still have? Danny looked at the old knight. More than 30. Leave it all to Maxey. Winter is coming, and the days are getting harder. From today onwards, all Night Watchers can receive a silver deer every month until next summer. If we run out of money, I'll send a few more sacks over next time. 1 gold royal could be exchanged for 210 silver deer. More than 30 gold royals were almost a year's salary for all the Night Watchers. A few sacks. Your Majesty, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Toad could not help but shout. A silver coin? Oh my God, I've never seen a silver deer before, a small night watcher said excitedly. A silver deer a month, 12 a year, 7 gods above. The Tennessee Knights at the entrance of the village only have about 200 acres of land, and they don't even have such a high income. An old night watchman with missing front teeth counted with his fingers. Isn't that a bit too much? Scholar Yimont frowned. What's so much? If it weren't for the lack of resources here and the fact that we have too much money to spend, I would have given everyone a gold royal, Danny said generously. Gulp. Old Eamon swallowed his saliva with difficulty and almost fainted. A gold dragon. Gasps could be heard in the hall. Danny smiled faintly and said to everyone, "Don't doubt me. You can send messenger crows to the 7 kingdoms and tell all the Westeros that as long as they wear black clothes and survive the winter, when spring comes, I will give each night watcher 50 gold royals. It's equivalent to 4 years of winter, 1 gold royal every month." How much would that be? Yimont said in a daze. Your Majesty, you're not joking? Red Pomegranate asked in disbelief. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Thump, thump. 7 or 8 black-clothed men's faces turned red as blood rushed to their heads. They were so excited that they fainted. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that once this news spreads, countless civilians who can't survive will come to the Great Wall to join the Night Watchers. If you can't fulfill your promise, the old scholar reminded her worriedly. Ha! Not to mention 10,000. Even if 100,000 people came, it would only cost 5 million gold royals. Danny raised her head and laughed. Only 5 million gold royals? Elisa and Slint stuttered and looked at each other. Paris Dan, Danny called out to the red-nosed old man who was standing at the side with a look of disdain on his face. Tell everyone if I can fulfill my promise. The old man glanced at everyone in the hall as if he were looking at a country bumpkin. He raised his chin slightly and said, If Her Majesty hasn't been defeated by the Alliance after winter, she can even raise 1 million Night Watchers, let alone 100,000. If the Alliance army is defeated by her, it wouldn't be a problem for the grown men of the 7 nations to come and defend the Great Wall. She's already the world's overlord, the greatest empress under the heavens. She has so much gold that she can build another Great Wall of gold. Thump, thump, thump. The Night Watchers in the hall felt their legs go weak. Even Jon Snow was on the verge of collapsing. He was trembling under a certain someone's heroic spirit. Danny wasn't just trying to show off. Well, she was definitely trying to show off. She wouldn't know if she didn't come to the Great Wall. There were too few Night Watchers. If she had 10,000 Night Watchers now, the 19 castles would all be filled. First of all, the barbarians would no longer be a threat. While with her around, Danny wasn't worried about the barbarians taking down the Great Wall. But a few hundred Night Watchers couldn't take down 100,000 barbarian captives. Secondly, as long as she didn't ride her dragon and wander around outside the Great Wall, it would be difficult for the Night King to cross the Great Wall if there were enough Night Watchers. Compared to the fate of the entire world, even if she didn't have any feelings for the Westeros, a few million gold royals was worth it. It was at least 10,000 times better than Robert spending it on wine and women. Congratulations to Her Majesty. Long live the Queen. Long live the true dragon. Long live the Megalosaurus. This time, the hall was almost full. Hundreds of Night Watchers raised their cups and toasted to Queen Danny. Their shouts shook the sky and their emotions surged. Well, everyone knew about the winter benefits the Queen had given them. 50 gold royals. How could they not wish her well? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Danny, who was sitting at the head of the table, cleared her throat and said to the Night Watchers on both sides, Commander Mormont has been dead for more than half a year. A new commander hasn't been chosen yet. What do you think? We'll be negotiating with the barbarians tomorrow. Let's not talk about whether we can succeed. You should at least send a representative, right? Your Majesty, we can't let the barbarians cross the Great Wall. Sir Alistair said hurriedly. It's true that the barbarians put down their weapons and surrender unconditionally. It's good for both sides. However, there are only 600 to 700 Night Watchers on the Great Wall. It's impossible to control so many people outside the city. The veteran commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Dennis Mallister, also expressed his opposition. The gray-haired knight had been the commander of the Shadow Tower for 33 years. He was the uncle of the Earl of Sealand and had a high status. Danny had to take his opinion seriously. There are only 3 ways out for the hundreds of thousands of savages outside the city. 1. They can break through the Great Wall and destroy the northern region. 2. With my 2 dragons and the 600 or so night watchers, you can keep the savages outside the city. When winter comes, 99% of the savages will freeze and starve to death. 3. We can negotiate and decide on a plan that both sides can accept to minimize casualties. Sir Mallister, do you have a 4th plan? No, but the gray-haired knight's expression was cold and resolute. He gritted his teeth and said, "People will die in winter. Countless civilians of the 7 kingdoms will freeze and starve to death. The North has experienced turmoil and is still in turmoil. Their situation is not much better than the barbarians outside the Great Wall. However, there is limited food. Even if we capture all the barbarians, there will be no food to save them. How do we deal with the deviant ghosts?" John couldn't help but ask. Deviant ghosts. The old knight's cold expression cracked. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't know. I know what you're trying to say." One barbarian fell, and a corpse ghost stood up, but I really don't know how to solve this problem. Are there really deviant ghosts? Paris Dan, who was sitting opposite John, frowned. He originally believed that deviant ghosts were just a gimmick used by the Night Watchers to get sponsorship. However, after coming to the Great Wall, almost all the Night Watchers took deviant ghosts for granted. This made his belief waver. "Your Majesty, you walked around the Great Wall this morning. Did you find any deviant ghosts?" The old man asked. "No, I didn't even see any living dead. They seem to be hiding from the sun. When we negotiate with the King of Savages tomorrow, we can ask them." Danny shook her head and said, "Sigh, Slaver's Bay is too far away from here. Otherwise, food wouldn't be a problem at all." Barristan sighed. "Well, that reminds me, sir." An idea flashed through Danny's mind, and she couldn't help but smile. "How about this? Let's choose a barbarian with a family to guard the Great Wall, and his family will follow me across the narrow sea. With his family as hostages, the barbarians will have to listen to the Night Watchers no matter how rebellious they are. Their family can go to the plains of the Rhone River to farm." Such a bold plan made the Night Watchers who were listening in on their conversation confused. "Your Majesty, I don't quite understand. How are the barbarians going to the Urso continent? There are more than 100,000 of them. How many ships would they need? Besides, why are the free trade city-states willing to accept them?" Yamant came back to his senses and asked curiously, "Old man, wherever the true dragon sees, it's the king's land." Danny's lips curled into a cold smile. "What does it matter if they're willing or not? Let's not talk about the barbarians. With just a few hundred giants and my megalosaurus, who in the world can stop me? Use the barbarians to conquer the free city-states." John frowned. "Attacking another country for no reason," he said unhappily. "Attacking another country for no reason, okay? And how many people will die?" "Kid, you've got one thing wrong. The free trade city-states have already declared war on Her Majesty." The red-nosed old man shook his head and looked at Danny with a complicated expression. "Her Majesty's magnanimity, vision, and wisdom are admirable. She came up with a plan to solve the barbarians, the deviant ghosts, and the allies at the same time. There's no doubt that this plan is a win-win for Her Majesty, the barbarians, and the Westeros. Maybe before winter, Her Majesty will be crowned as the first empress in the world." Silence fell in the hall. Several senior members of the Night Watchers frowned and pondered. Even the Night Watchers who were drinking and talking dirty became quiet in the strange atmosphere. "The impact of this matter is too great. I can't bear the responsibility and consequences. Only the Commander-in-Chief can give you the final answer," Bowen Maxey said with a bitter face. "Then let's choose the Commander-in-Chief." Danny looked around and asked curiously, "Who are the candidates?" "All the brothers of the Night Watchers are qualified to be the Commander-in-Chief and have the right to vote. As soon as Yemont finished speaking, the short man with two chins, Slint, stood up and said loudly, "I used to be the commander-in-chief of the garrison of the capital, the commander of 3,000 golden robes, and the Count of Hellenberg. Count, your fief has changed." The red-nosed old doctor reminded him. "Now, Hellenberg belongs to Duke Peter Belize." Slint's chin trembled, and he forced a smile. "It's good that it's changed. Everyone knows that Hellenberg is cursed. Blackheart Hall was burned to death in the city by Balerion on the day Hellenberg was built. Then, the Caholes family was wiped out by Red Heart Hellenberg. The third Castellan, Harroway, was slaughtered by Krulmeg. The fourth Castellan, Tal, had no descendants, and his family was wiped out. Sigh, thinking about it, it's really scary. In just 300 years, Hellenberg had 9 Castellans, and I was the 10th. But I was unlucky before I even went to the castle. Compared to the Castellan whose 9 families were wiped out, at least I was able to wear black clothes and serve the people of the 7 kingdoms. Now that Littlefinger is the 11th Castellan. I don't know how long he can last. Danny was also stunned. She didn't know if he didn't mention it. After being reminded by this guy, she realized that Hellenberg was indeed cursed. She didn't know what would happen to Slint, but Littlefinger was definitely done for. Who would become the 12th Castellan of Hellenberg? Why not let Tyrion or Jon try in the future? If they could survive the long night. Slint puffed out his chest and announced loudly, "Brothers, I have the qualifications and the ability to become the commander-in-chief. Please believe in me and vote for me." "You can't." Danny shook her head. "Neither you nor Sir Alistair can become the commander-in-chief." Chapter 297. "What?" Slint and Elisa cried out in shock. "Your Majesty, you can't interfere with the election of the Night Watchman. Since the birth of the Night Watchman, no monarch has been able to appoint the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman at will," Old Yemont advised with a worried expression. "I understand." Danny gave the old man a reassuring smile. She looked around at the night watchmen in the hall who were either solemn, confused, or dissatisfied, and said loudly, "I don't think Slint and Elisa are suitable to be commander-in-chief out of selfishness. In fact, compared to old blacksmith Tanner's rudeness and vigilance when he first met me, the two of them are more respectful and polite to me. But the traces of factions on them are too obvious. When they arrived at Dark Castle this morning, they kidnapped Jon Snow with a very reluctant reason. Scholar Yemont and acting Castellan Tanner have already covered up this matter, and as a newcomer, Count Slint does not have an official position in the Night Watchman. He has never even met Jon Snow before. Why'd he do that? There is only one reason. Slint belongs to Lannister, and the hatred between Lannister and Stark is as deep as the sea. Even though the Count has been exiled to the Wall, his determination to continue serving Lannister has not been extinguished. Well, everyone knows about the bad things between Targaryen and Stark. I can't speak for Jon Snow just because he has a Stark father. My thoughts are simple. The Night Watchmen belong to the Night Watchmen and the Wall. No political force can investigate your previous identity or experience, and no one has the right to do so. But when you wear the black coat, you have to strictly remain neutral. Old Yemont nodded thoughtfully. Bowen Maxey frowned. As the acting commander-in-chief, he did not have the ambition to remove the word acting. First of all, he did not have a good background. Almost all the high-ranking members of the Night Watchman who sat at the same table as the Queen had the title of Knight, and he was the only one who was born a commoner. It was also because he was a commoner and had not received a systematic military education that he had been tricked by Mance Rayder and won a Pyrrhic victory at the Bridge of Skulls. The Night Watchers, who were already short on manpower, had lost another 100 elites. He fought bravely and was not afraid of sacrificing himself. Although he was as fat as a red pomegranate, he still charged in front of the black-clothed brothers. However, being a commander-in-chief required not only courage, but also wisdom, military experience, and temperament. Secondly, he had a sense of responsibility. He was a true man of the Night Watchman, and he believed in the profession of night watchman for his whole life. After understanding his shortcomings, he immediately extinguished the last hope in his heart of becoming the commander-in-chief. He was determined to spend the rest of his life assisting a wise and powerful commander-in-chief. Slint was the one he had chosen. He was brave and good at fighting, and his military skills were excellent. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to the commander of the garrison. He had a noble status. He was now a count with real power. He had connections with the court. He was the confidant of Cersei and Tywin. He was young and promising. He was not even 40 years old. But no matter how many merits Sherlintian had, there was no way he could wash away the fact that he was a loyal follower of Lannister. Before the appearance of the Dragon Queen, being a trusted follower of Lannister would have been a plus, but now, the Night Watchmen strictly adhere to neutrality. We will never participate in the struggle for power among the Westeros, Bowen Maxey said with a firm expression. The Night Watchman in the hall nodded silently. Adhering to neutrality was one of the most important oaths of the Night Watchman. No one could refute it. Dany did not even glance at Slint and Elisa. She only stared at the Shadow Tower commander, who was deep in thought, and said, "Obviously, Slint and Elisa are unable to do this. They belong to Lannister, and Lannister sits on the Iron Throne. As long as the other ghosts are proven to be real, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will no longer ignore the Wall. At that time, various forces will come. Not to mention how a selfish commander will convince the masses. What if the Night Watchman side with Lannister? As Lannister's enemy, how will Targaryen deal with you? Why don't you say it out loud? I will lead by example." Dany raised her right hand. Her expression was solemn, and her voice was loud and clear. "I swear in the name of the Targaryen ancestors. I swear in the name of the Mother of Dragons. No matter how much I invest in the Night Watchman, the Night Watchmen only belong to the Wall. I will never ask the Night Watchman to serve my personal interests." "Good." Bowen Marcy, Blacksmith Tanner, Mallister, and the other higher-ups of the Night Watchman cheered loudly. The Night Watchman brothers in the hall clapped excitedly. Even Jon looked at Dany with admiration and worship. This woman, Professor Perez Dan, had a complicated look in his eyes. His emotions were in a mess. If the other ghosts were real, if the other ghosts were as powerful as the legends said, if the other ghosts really had the intention of crossing the Wall, then the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would end their disputes and head north together to resist the enemy. However, the War of the Usurpers and the rebellion of the Four Princes had caused the blood feud between the nobles to be as deep as the ocean. Would they be able to trust each other and deal with the common enemy peacefully? Dragon Queen's vow at this moment was undoubtedly a good start. The forces of the Seven Kingdoms would unite under the neutral Night Watchman without any selfish motives. They would only serve the Westeros. Thinking about it this way, Dragon Queen's decision to exclude Elisa and Slint as candidates for Commander-in-Chief was not only correct, it was also very wise and decisive. The Night Watchman had to be neutral. Otherwise, the plan of the Seven Kingdoms to resist the other Ghost Alliance would never be realized. Unconsciously, the red-nosed old man also began to clap. He was filled with emotions. Apart from the conflict of ideas between the true world and the magic civilization, the Dragon Queen's talent, magnanimity, and wisdom were far beyond the players of the Seven Kingdoms. They were not even on the same level. She was truly a wise ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. "Your Majesty, I think you misunderstood me." After the cheering stopped, Sir Elisa's thin and stern face turned red. He stuttered, "I admit that I dislike Jon and Stark, but it's not to curry favor with Lannister. I'm different from Count Slint. I'm not a confidant of Cersei and Tywin." In fact, it was Duke Tywin who forced me to wear the black robe. "Oh, then why did you do it?" Dany asked curiously. 2 drops of sparkling tears welled up in his eyes. Elisa's tall and sturdy body swayed slightly, as if he couldn't bear some kind of huge blow. He choked with sobs and said, "Your Majesty, I come for the Thorne family of the royal territory. My brother and nephew both died with Prince Riga at Ruby Beach. Danny was shocked and embarrassed. Damn, this is a loyal subject of the dragon family. She had accidentally hurt an ally. Scholar Yimont reminded her softly. The Thorn family is a direct vassal of the royal family. They fought for Targaryen until the last moment. After the fall of the King's Landing, Duke Tywin forced Sir Elisa to choose between wearing the black robe and being beheaded. Sir Elisa came here. Danny was even more embarrassed. Even after coming to the Great Wall, he did not forget his old master and wholeheartedly wanted to kill the son of the dragon family's sworn enemy. This kind of spirit. Actually, she should have thought of it. The Night Watchers came from all over the Seven Kingdoms, so there would definitely be factions. For example, when she first arrived, the one-armed blacksmith Tanner was wary of her. He came from Storm's Inn Castle and watched the three Thean brothers grow up. He was definitely a stag. And an important source of Night Watchers on the Great Wall was criminals, criminal civilians, and nobles who stood on the wrong side in the game of power. The War of the Usurpers was 16 years ago. There should have been a large number of knights loyal to the dragon family sent here. Sigh. After coming to the Westeros for so long, she had broken the heart of the only loyal subject she had met. This should not have happened. Fortunately, Danny had been a queen for a few years. Although her chest was not big, she was shrewd enough. She only glanced at Scholar Yimont and said loudly, "Of course I know Thorn and Sir Elisa's loyalty to Targaryen. Before coming to the Westeros, Sir Barristan had already introduced me to countless old people of the Seven Kingdoms. Among them was the loyal Thorn family. Was there? Why don't I remember?" Barristan was confused, but on the surface, he nodded firmly. It must be because he was old and his memory was deteriorating. He had forgotten some of what he had said before. How could an upright, honest, noble, and upright legendary White Knight lie? Everyone believed him. But as I said before, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers cannot be selfish. He must be neutral. No matter how much Targaryen has sacrificed for the Night Watchers, he will not affect the purity of the Night Watchers for his own benefit. Danny spoke righteously. Her expression was solemn, and her words were sonorous. Targaryen, you must do what you say. You must be firm in your actions. You must be firm in your actions. Your Majesty, Scholar Yimont choked on his words. Your Majesty. Bowen Marcy was so moved that his eyes turned red. Your Majesty. Sir Elisa finally shed tears. Your Majesty. Fortunately, this king was smart enough to turn the awkwardness into emotion. The men in black were moved to tears, and this set a good example for them. The Night Watchers will never participate in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms. Who knew if some future commander-in-chief will be stabbed to death by his own men in black? Half an hour later, the lively banquet ended. Danny, accompanied by Barristan, Old Yimont, and Jon, left the main hall of the castle and walked towards the King's Tower. Your Majesty, this afternoon's trial. Jon's gray eyes flashed with a mixture of gratitude, admiration, and worry. Thank you. No need to thank me. The strength of an organization depends on its reward and punishment system. Those who do well will be rewarded, and those who do wrong will be punished. If justice is lost, the hearts of the people will easily scatter, and honor will naturally disappear. It is already hard to endure beyond the Great Wall. Without unity and honor, how can the Night Watchers fight? Danny shook her head. Jon was stunned and asked hesitantly, Your Majesty, when winter is over and summer comes, after you take back the Iron Throne, what do you plan to do with Winterfell Stark? Ha! Winterfell now belongs to Rhaenys Snow, right? Danny smiled meaningfully. The people of the Northern Territory will not forget Stark, Jon said with certainty. Screech, walking up the stone steps, Whitey, who was lying at the door, stretched its neck and called out to Danny. Danny patted its chin and asked, Where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. Winter is coming, and the beasts in the forest have all hidden. It's not easy to find them. Scholar Yimont lifted the oil lamp and looked at the charred corpse of the beast in front of Whitey. It has a long horn. Could it be a deer? But it's so tall and strong, more like a wild horse. Strange, I don't recognize it. Ah, unicorn, the old man suddenly exclaimed. I remember now, this is a unicorn. 7 gods above, the white dragon killed a unicorn. Chapter 298. Unicorn. Danny and John exclaimed at the same time. Even Barristan, who had opened the door of the king's tower, turned around in surprise and asked, Scholar Yamant, are you sure there are unicorns beyond the Great Wall? But I don't see any unicorns in Mantrod's army. No, Whitey didn't go beyond the Great Wall. I warned them not to hunt beyond the Great Wall. Danny shook her head. She walked to the beast's body and examined it carefully. 99% of its fur was burnt, and there were a few tufts of long silver hair on its hooves. The most striking feature was the long black horn that Whitey had thrown aside. It was 2 meters long and as thick as the rim of a cup. There were deep spiral grooves on it, like a drill. I've never seen a unicorn in the north, John said. Yamant thought for a moment and said, there's a huge island called Skaggs Island in Seal Bay to the east of the East Sea. It said that there are unicorns on it. Skaggs Island? I heard that it's full of uncivilized savages, but they're still Stark's vassals in name, John said thoughtfully. Holding the unicorn's horn in her hand, Danny stepped into the tower, took off her cloak, and hung it on the wall. She said while drying the flesh and blood on the horn by the fireplace, John, let me first say that I'm actually quite happy to see Stark's family destroyed. Don't get too excited. I have a reason to be happy. Anyone who isn't happy to see their enemy in trouble must be crazy. I don't think you've forgotten the war of the usurpers 16 years ago, have you? John's cheek muscles twitched. He pursed his lips and said, Who does His Majesty plan to take revenge on? Now only my 2 sisters and I are left alive. I met your aunt in Hudjian, Danny said with a smile. Aunt? What Annie? John asked, confused. Lady Caitlin Tully, said Barristan. Impossible, John screamed. Lady Caitlin died at the Red Wedding. It has been confirmed. Old Yamant frowned. Barristan looked at the blazing flames in the fireplace and said with a worried expression, She did die at that time, but the Red God Priest Premier can revive the dead. Even though Lady Caitlin had been dead for 3 days and her corpse was covered in maggots, she was still saved by Earlberry. Yes, Count Bailey had been resurrected by Mertheros multiple times and had become a believer of the Light King, Lalo. But there are too many side effects of reviving the dead. The once sweet and kind Lady Caitlin seems to have turned into a different person. The meaning of the guest's rites has completely changed. Then, the old knight told him the story of the crossroads in detail. This, Scholar Yamant rubbed his face and murmured, The dead can be resurrected multiple times, and the guest's rites have become the guest's death banquet. What is wrong with this world? Even deviant ghosts have appeared. Old master, you should get over it. Danny comforted him. Glancing at John, who was frowning in deep thought, she continued the previous topic and said, Do you understand now? I didn't even kill Caitlin. Naturally, I won't do anything to your father's children because of what he did to my father. You're not going to avenge your father and brother? John asked in disbelief. There are some enemies that I will definitely not let go of, but my revenge will be righteous and justified. Before fighting for the Iron Throne, I will first convene a great council and conduct a great trial on the major events that have happened in the past 20 years, including the matter of my father burning your uncle and grandfather to death, and the matter of Rhaegar abducting your aunt. Even at the Red Wedding, I will help your brother Robb uphold justice. Frere and Bolton, I will not let any of the guilty ones go. Why? John looked confused. Because Danny's lips curled up, and her fair face revealed an expression of extreme confidence and pride. A dirty Westeros is not worthy of being conquered by me. John's eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. He never thought that there would be such a... He did not know if he should call it arrogant, because arrogant was a derogatory term, but he sincerely hoped that all monarchs could be as arrogant as her. Barristan nodded his head in relief. This is the wise lord that I have been searching for. Old Master Yamant's blue eyes narrowed, and his lips trembled. Danny, If you can do what you say, you will be greater than our ancestor Aegon. Dany rolled her eyes. I have long surpassed Aegon. Aegon was only a conqueror of Westeros. Not only am I a conqueror, I am also the liberator of slaves, the mother of dragons, the source of magic, and the successor of the great wizard. Putting everything else aside, just based on the fact that I have inherited the legacy of the great wizard of Valeglia, all the Targaryen dragon kings have to bow to me, just like how they bowed to the great wizard back then. The legacy of the great wizard? Ymont frowned as he pondered. Old master, do you know the 14 Firepeak families? I do. Valeglia has 14 large active volcanoes, and each of them is under the control of a top family. Ymont nodded. Do you know of Donna and Dreamwalker Dany? Of course I do. The first ancestor of the Targaryen family on Dragonstone Island. Then do you know of Donna Targaryen's position in Valeglia? You can use the Westeros aristocracy as an analogy. The old man said hesitantly. The 14 Fire Peaks are equivalent to the 7 Great Dukes. Our ancestor's position in Valeglia was not high. He was probably at the level of a knight, and Valerian and Sitiga were the knights of our family. That's right. Then do you know of the Great Wizard's position in Valeglia? What position? Ymont asked curiously. The king of the 7 kingdoms. His legacy is equivalent to the Iron Throne. Now, a small family of a fallen knight has seized the Iron Throne. Tell me, how is this achievement compared to Aegon's? Dany said with a faint smile. That exaggerated? The old scholar opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. It's not exaggerated at all. In a magical civilization of Valeglia, magic power is equivalent to status. Ymont nodded and asked again, what can the legacy of the great wizard do? What can it do? Dany thought for a moment and sighed. Give me 20 years, and I can probably bring the destroyed Valeglia back to life in this world. But what's the point? Valeglia's civilization has reached a dead end. This is too scary. Jon was shocked at first, then overjoyed. He asked excitedly, I learned a meditation spell in the glass candle last night. Is it the legacy of the great wizard? Looking at the flickering shadows in Jon's gray eyes, Dany held back her laughter and shook her head. Jon, you're really talented. It's only been a day, and you haven't even learned the basic runes, but you've already successfully built the meditation rune. However, you do not have the Targaryen blood, so you cannot learn my spells. Congratulations, you have become a shadow binding knight. Plop! Barristan and old Ymont, who understood the meaning of shadow binding knight, were so shocked that they almost fell off their chairs. What is a shadow binding knight? Jon asked blankly. It's the same as shape-shifting. It's a misunderstood profession. Your Majesty, how can you let Jon learn the shadow child witchcraft? Old Ymont stomped his walking stick and complained. For some reason, he always had a strange fondness for this long-faced, black-haired young man and took care of him as if he was his nephew. Now that he heard that Dany had lured him into the shadow child witchcraft, he was very angry. It's just a meditation technique. I don't know blood witchcraft, shadow secret spell, or demon sacrifice witchcraft. What? Jon was dumbfounded. Blood witchcraft, shadow secret spell, demon sacrifice witchcraft. It sounded evil. What had he become? Think about it. What's the difference between a spirit wolf and a shadow binding knight in the eyes of Westeros? There's no difference, but it's too scary to be both a spirit wolf and a shadow binding knight at the same time. Barristan frowned. Sir, there's something wrong with your words. It's both murder. Is it lighter to kill someone with a machete than to kill someone with a machete in his left hand and a sword in his right hand? As long as Jon sticks to his conscience, he's still a good person even if he learns a few necromancy spells. If Jon loses his humanity and doesn't learn any witchcraft, he can still do evil with a sword. Who do you think is more evil? Tam, Queenie, or Waldfred? White Knight was silent for a long time and sighed. That's true, but the common people's opinion, Jon is just a night watcher, not a king. Does the common people's opinion matter? Old Knight was speechless. Then, Dany said to Jon, who was at a loss, don't blame me. I only know two types of meditation spells. You can't learn the Great Wizard's Legacy. The incomplete Fire Wizard's meditation spell is not as good as the complete Shadow Binding Night, with great potential. As she spoke, she went back to her bedroom and brought back a book and a metal plate. She handed them to John and said, "There's a Fire Wizard spell in the metal plate. Shadow Binding Nights control the power of fire, blood, and shadows. You can learn it too. There's also Tam's Diary, the notes left behind by a legendary half-god wizard. You can learn it, but you must remember, hold the sword in your hand and sit with benevolence in your heart. Do it with caution." John squeezed the black, cold metal plate and said in shock, "Valeglia's steel? Oh, you're quite knowledgeable." Danny raised her eyebrows and nodded. "It's the real Valeglia's secret spell. I learned the Fire Wizard spell from it." "Thank you," John said sincerely. He felt that the queen was right. There was no evil or righteous power. As long as it was in the hands of a kind person, it should be used carefully. Danny suddenly thought of something and asked, "Since you've learned the meditation spell, have you found the direwolf?" After hesitating for a moment, John nodded and said, "I found it. Last night, I was able to enter and exit White E's body freely. It should be near the Savage Camp. When the city gates open for the negotiations tomorrow, it will be able to return home." "Right, I also found Manslade's tent. Should I? No, since I've already agreed to negotiate with him, I can't go back on my word and kill him with a mouthful of dragon flame in the middle of the night." Danny refused. "Your Majesty, I studied magic when I was young. Can I learn the legacy of the Great Wizard?" Yamant suddenly asked. "Did you light the glass candle?" Danny raised her eyebrows and asked. "The candle was in John's hands last night. I didn't have time to try it. How about this? I'll teach you the 108 Valeglia Foundation rune language first. But before that, I have to tell you something. The truth about the true world of the City of Knowledge and the Megalosaurus extinction. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.